All right. Greetings, family. Forever trying to figure out masterful ways to rig my setup for IG, because IG still is not on, is not what you cannot stream through IG through StreamYard. So anyway, greetings, Shauna Michelle. Let me do something really quick. Let's see here. I'm here, y'all. I'm here. Just trying to pull my life together. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So today is a great day. Yes, it is. It's an exciting day. I woke up hype. About to take myself a few mushrooms. Yes, I am. Let's see. Where did they go? Champ cats. What you gonna do? All right. All right, I'm back. Okay. Let's see. No sound. How is there no sound? Can y'all hear me on IG? Somebody saying there's no sound. Where are those sweet baby cats? I haven't seen them in a minute. You haven't been on here in a minute, then, Chad, because I was on here. Was it yesterday? It was the day before yesterday that I was on here, child, and they was causing a whole scene. Cats walking across the screen and carrying on. They are a whole child. They a whole vibe. They a whole vibe. Anyway, how y'all doing? Yeah, I'm hyped to be here. I feel like the last live we did, which was the night before last. Greetings, miscellaneous AB. The last live we did, I felt like, even though it was long, it was like 4 hours long. I think I didn't get off the call until like 1:30 in the morning or something. But I was hype afterwards. I didn't go to sleep until 6 o'clock in the morning. After that live, I was turned up. Greetings, Patricia Taylor. I was turned up the other night, that night before the new moon, and I'm still hyped. Like, I'm still hyped. The energy, like, we're still in the. Let's see, what's today's date? Today's the 6th, so we're still in the crest of that new moon that happened on yesterday. And even yesterday, I was hella productive, hella productive, hella progressive. You feel me? Got a lot accomplished. But let me tell you what had happened today. Grace Jackson, Taja Lee, everybody up in the room. Love it, love it, love it. So let me tell you what had happened, okay? I was supposed to get up on here. I told y'all I was going to get it. Grace Jackson, how y'all doing? Y'all come on in the room. I told y'all I was going to do a temple service this morning at 9. I got up this morning about 7 o'clock, but I didn't go to sleep until like 4. So I got up at 7. I woke up at 7, laying in the bed, looking at the ceiling like, I'm not going to do no live at 9 o'clock. I'm not going to do it. I don't even know what I'm going to talk about. You feel me? So I started, just scrolling, seeing if I had any notifications on my social media. You know how it is. You feel me? Let me tell you what had happened. I got up this morning, and the first thing that I saw on Facebook or IG maybe was this video of this. Yes, I got my jewelry orders filled. I'm hoping one of the sisters will come up because I didn't get it done in time to send it out. But yeah, anyway, I got my jewelry orders done. It was a bunch of them. But anyway, I got up this morning and saw this video on Facebook of this sister. There was a white guy who was deaf who said, I wish somebody would do what do you call it? Sign language. With sign language, they not like us. And so the sister took up the cause to sign they not like us. It was lit. It had me crunk. I sent it to a bunch of y'all. Like if you're in my Facebook group, if you're in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence Facebook group, I sent it to a gang of y'all because that shit had me turned up this morning. I got up after that video. I got my ass up out the bed. I was turned up. You understand what I'm saying? And so I still kind of like was mulling around trying to decide whether or not I was going to do a temple service this morning and feeding my cats and doing my little, you know, organize my life before I get really busy today type of thing. And then I sat down to create the, you know, the live, I guess, to create the live session on StreamYard. And I went to YouTube to get some links. And there it was again, because, you know, on July 4th, Kendrick dropped the video for this song that had apparently deaded the beef between Kendrick and Drake, right? Now, I'll tell you, I'm a woman of a certain age, and I'll be honest, I was aware of the beef. I had heard every now and again, by accident, not searching for it, some of the commentary happening around the beef when it was at its peak, when it was at its epoch. These type of things typically aren't on my radar because I happen to be, and I can admit it, I happen to be a bit of a music snob. Always have been. It's my affliction. And so I'm one of those old heads, if you will, who rarely, if ever, find new artists, especially mainstream artists, that that move me in any way. I'll be honest. Now, I've found some not so mainstream artists, you know, of this day, especially R&B artists, you know what I'm saying, who are out of sight, and I love them. But it is rare, especially where hip hop is concerned, or what is fronting. Greetings, Carlotta, or what is fronting as hip hop is concerned. Listen, I am the last one that will, I'll be hard pressed to find a hip hop artist, a current hip hop artist that I'll be like, yeah, that dude is dope. That sister is dope, fire, whatever. Beautiful sun goddess, greeting. Welcome to the room. Lotus flower. Hey, listen, I literally just turned off your video 3 minutes before I got up on here. I love that video you did. I loved it. Okay. So anywho, so and even Kendrick, like, yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah, he dope. He dope. That's it. But to like download his music, to be like, oh, you know, whatever. It ain't never been like that. It's been like, oh, every time he drops something, I'm like, okay, yeah, I like that. I fuck with that, right? And so today, when I woke up to, first of all, this sister signing They Not Like Us, right? And that shit turned me up. It got me up at my bed. You feel me? And then to see, because I didn't see the video when it dropped. I told you this shit ain't on my radar. You feel me? So I didn't know that he had dropped a video for They Not Like Us on 4th of July. You feel me? I was like, all right. So I watched this video on this morning and spent a couple of hours watching people's day of reaction to the video. Oh my God. When I tell you that Kendrick Lamar is the first person in a very long time, because I love hip hop. I grew up in the height of hip hop. And so even on my playlist, like I got a hip hop playlist in my my Amazon Music account, and my hip hop list is, you know, Immortal Technique, it is Dead Prez, it's all old school hip, it's Public Enemy. You understand what I'm saying? It's cutting edge hip hop, all things Diggable Planets. You understand? Tribe Called Quest, like this. That's what I'm stuck. That's like where I stay. That's where I ride. Busta Rhymes, you feel me? That period from about 1988 to about 1996, 97. That's where I stay. That's where I'm comfortable. That's where I ride, where hip hop is concerned, right? And I cannot recall in a very long time the last time that I found a hip hop artist, a new hip hop artist, that I was like, yup, I'm about to download all that shit. I'm a fan. Let me tell you what this young man has done. Let me tell you, I'm sitting here reading your comment, Lotus Flower. Listen, ain't nobody went out their way to put me on game. It was like every now and again, unintentionally, I would hear a Kendrick song and be like, oh, that shit hype. I like that. Like, we gonna be all right. I'm like, that shit fire. Okay, right? But I didn't know. I did not know. You feel me? This video that this young man dropped on July 4th, talking about colonizers. I said, come on in the motherfucking room on this day here. You understand? Come on in the room. Just come on in the room. The first, in the description for this video, you are going to see that I have put links referencing the yes he did Scorpio moon. I put links to two of the content creators who did like what do you call it, like first time reaction. This is their first time watching the video and then they react and respond to it. Listen, them commentators on this video today have had me in here cackling like an old hag, okay? Like ugly laughing. But they're great. You feel me? The video, man, and it's funny because I was watching this white commentator talk about the video. It was hilarious watching this white boy because he said, I have to admit, he said, I know the song, I know every lyric in the song, it's my jam. He said, but I have to admit, I don't know any of the cultural references in this song. I don't know any in this video. I don't know any of the cultural references. I don't know why people so hyped because I don't know the cultural references. He's like, Tommy the Clown. I don't know who Tommy the Clown is, but here in LA, baby, Tommy the Clown is the man, like, and has been for many, 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 many years. If Tommy the Clown just out of nowhere show up to an event, the event is going to take a turn. It might have been cool in the beginning, but now it's about to be all the way the fuck crunk. People gonna come from everywhere just because of this culture that he has created, the way that he has contributed to like the history of LA, where Black people are concerned. You feel me? And so here I am. I'm from Alabama. I ain't from LA. You feel me? I've been here now 7 years. This month, 7 years I've been in LA. And when I first got here, I was very careful about how I navigated the city because I was like, this ain't my city. You feel me? I'm a guest here. Even as I had moved here and decided to make LA home, I'm like, I'm a guest here. You feel me? I'm gonna navigate carefully these places that I show up and, and how I make myself seen and, respect the space, respect the territory. You feel me? But baby, I'm a Californian now. Now I might be from Alabama. You understand? Born and raised, moved here from Florida after 12 years. But baby, I am a Los Angelino. Okay. And so watching this video and like having the inside scoop, like knowing the cultural references in the video, I was like, okay, yeah, for real. I'm up in here. I'm a Los Angelino now. You feel me? And honey, miscellaneous AB, email me, releaseheartcenter@gmail.com, because I can tell you how you can be up in here and not go broke. Okay, I can give you the 411. I can give you the deets on how you can slide up in here and be all right. Be all right. Okay. Anyway, so I watched this video today probably about 20 times. All the videos, all the people who I watched as commentators, they're linked in the description if you tune in from YouTube. But I did a video. The reason I'm doing this video today, the reason I'm doing this live today and entitling it They Not Like Us Part 2, let's see, is because I did a video maybe 2 weeks ago called They Not Like Us and I'm Not Like Them. It was very serious. It was very deep. It was very long, probably about 3 hours. You feel me? But it was talking specifically, and I want to use this video as a reference, the music video that dropped as a reference, because there's a couple of ways that I want to approach this and still keep it hype. You know, y'all, I'm going to teach you, but I still want to keep it hype. So one, when I did that video a couple of weeks ago, it was about a specific phenomenon that was unfolding, you know, in the virtual world. I was responding to the then still very hot topic of, you know, what people were calling all kinds of things, but this kind of expose, you know, environment around the content creator Princella, and how so many people, I don't even know what the trigger event was. I don't even know what the original triggering event was. All I remember was about a month ago, I started seeing TikToks and I started seeing YouTube videos about Princella and how she had done something and everybody felt betrayed, and you know how she had turned into a pick-me. Thank you so much, Rosie. Roses. Am I pronouncing that right? Thank you for the compliment on my hair. It took a very long time. Sure did. Took me 9 days in my house to do my hair, to finish my hair. Anyway, so people had been up in their feelings and talking for a long time and in a lot of ways about Princella. And I did a video because that week that I did it, I had been getting a myriad. I had been getting so many emails about attaching YouTube links to other content creators with always the same, you know, assessment. Watch this video, you sound like this person. Watch this video, you sound like this person. Well, a year ago, I was getting those same videos and it was about Princella, and how in my default mind, in my not very analytical, not very critical mind, my default was to be like, once I watched some of the links that had been sent to me, I was like, is this how people see me? Is this how I sound to people? What I am saying people are hearing as similar to what she is saying? And if so, how is that happening? How is that the case? When I can listen to one video for 5 minutes of this woman and be like, oh, nope. And at that time, I was like, okay, well, you know, this ain't my thing. Obviously, it's a thing for somebody because she got 250,000 followers, 250,000 followers. I got 2,000. So there's a lane for what it is she's talking about. But people trying to draw my attention to her and draw some kind of correlation between what she is talking about and attempting to do and what I am talking about and attempting to do had me in my feelings, until my political brain stepped in as an analyst to say, there's a reason that people draw this connection between the two of you. And it is not you. It is the fact that we all come into, quote, consciousness at different levels of understanding and with different qualities of experiences, whether those are political experiences or whether those are like Christian, you know, experiences. Whatever our background is going to dictate how we hear certain information based on based on our worldview and our experiences. And why you in your feelings, you know, in 2.5 minutes that this girl is not on what you own. Don't be mad. Teach people. You feel me? I've been getting that a lot. I've been getting videos from women, from Black women, about a white dude, some PhD holding dude, talking about the only way forward and the only hope for humanity is the reestablishment of the matriarchy in the hands of women of color. And I'm supposed to be impressed by that. And I asked one sister, I was like, why you send me this? She was like, because he's saying exactly what you say. You know, he's saying exactly what you've been saying. I was like, and so these things help to inform me not only that I need to be teaching in a deeper way, you know what I'm saying, Because what I'm saying is truth. What I'm saying is correct, but how people are receiving and hearing what I'm saying is still based on the fact that there are some people in their spiritual journey, in their evolutionary process. There are some people in this process who are infants in their understanding. You know what I'm saying? They just became exposed to a book or some content creator or something a month ago, a year ago, 3 years ago, 10 years ago, right? And so there are these stages that we acknowledge everywhere else, that there's a process that you have to walk through. You can't, some people, again, are infants. Some people are in kindergarten. Some people are in the 3rd grade. Some people are just graduating high school and are about to deepen their understanding, going into the collegiate phase of their understanding in this process that we call evolution. And so, as one who has taken up the responsibility to teach, I have to acknowledge that. I have to acknowledge that and then address and attempt to teach accordingly, right? So that's how I was able to come out of my emotions. Why am I mentioning this in the context of this video that had me hype all morning, right? Is I saw this white woman who is a public school educator do a video. I should have linked hers in here too. This was about a week ago. She was talking, this is before the video even dropped. But she said something that hit. She said, I'm a history teacher in high school. She said, and it's always been a struggle for me to find a way to get young people in high school, not only to quote, learn what I have to teach them, but to get them excited about history, to get them excited about, history. She said, Kendrick Lamar taught these high school age students more about the history of America, the colonial process, in a 5-minute song than I have been able to communicate clearly in the many years that I've been teaching history. And I was like, yes, yes, yes. So I'm always talking to you guys, always, about, this process, this project called the architectural drafting and implementation of the structures of the new age, of the structures that will be the new world, right? And that the architects of this future are artists. The architects of the future are artists. They are singers, they're dancers, they're songwriters, they're painters, they're graffiti artists, they're what I'm saying? They're healing artists, they're astrologers. You feel me? How do we use the instruments, the mechanisms that have been gifted to us? Because see, we lean towards certain gifts and talents very early. The problem is that we live in a society that doesn't typically nurture those talents that we can see very young in children. Instead, we treat those inherently developing and presenting skills and gifts as hobbies, and then start teaching our kids very young, 9, 10, 11, 12, that's a cute little hobby you got, but we need to prepare you for a real job, right? This innate understanding created by this exploitative process, that what feeds your soul, what feeds your spirit, what you come here naturally with as a talent, is something that you relegate to the side once you become a grown-up. That passion cannot feed you. That passion cannot help you to contribute to the future. That passion, that which you came here with young, and I'm guilty of it. I remember how sharp my daughter's ear was so young. I'm telling you, she would hear tones at 2. She would hear tones at 2 and could immediately reproduce them on the piano. She didn't know how to play the piano. She wasn't taking no classes on the piano at 2 years old. And I, failing to understand what I understand now, did not jump right on that and attempt to nurture, shape, and guide this talent that this little ancestor return was displaying as something that could possibly feed her and impassion her and embolden her and to make her a future architect of the new world. I didn't have that long view then, right? So I'm trying to teach that to everybody I come into contact with now, including that daughter who is raising 2 children, that these things that we come here known as gifts with are a part of this design, a part of this galactic dance that we all do together and attempt to fit into this grand tapestry that we're all weaving together. We don't have to be conscious of it. That's what's happening. Our behavior, our actions, our gifts, our flaws, our failures, all of this becomes the individual strands that are contributing to this grand tapestry that we are weaving in real time, right? And so this dude, listening to this teacher say, look, I've been struggling. Trying to figure out how to relate to these kids, how to get them excited about history, how to help them understand how history can innately allow them to see how they can move in the future. She said, I ain't been able to do it. I have not been successful. All these kids do is say, is this going to be on the test? Take the information as long as it's useful for them to pass the test and meet their immediate goals and go about their life. She said, this dude in a 5-minute song has been able to accomplish a deep analytical understanding of the last 400 years, child, in a 5-minute song. He has been able to do in a 5-minute song what I have been unable to do in years of teaching, right? This is what I'm talking about. Kendrick Lamar pulled a jack move with that song. You understand? He pulled, I listened to this song. So I've heard the song since it dropped on Juneteenth. And I'm like, yeah, that's hype. The music, dope. You know what I'm saying? It's a banger, right? But when I actually sat down today after seeing this sister do the sign for the song and actually listened to the song, like actually watched the video and saw the symbolism in the song, I was like, oh, this is something else, right? This dude was functioning as an architect in the song. That's what he was doing. He was not only as an architect, he was functioning as a conductor. Listen, he was functioning as a conductor. What do I mean when I say that? What's the line of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, right? We don't pray, we conspire. Why do we conspire? Because conspire means to breathe together, to breathe together, to breathe together, a desire, right? A wish, a vision, to breathe together an oath, to breathe together to ensure a certain result, to breathe together to ensure a certain result. Right. And I told you that the example that I found in searching the etymology of the word conspiracy was as in an orchestra. Here you got 40 or 50 people in the orchestra, all playing different instruments. But we talking about the wind instruments, all playing different instruments, all playing different sheet music. Their whole 3-4 page sheet music, they all got different music. And they're all breathing together. Different music. But even though the music is different, right? They are producing one song. They are working together to produce one song, one result, one song. And the key to this guaranteed production of the one song, the ensuring of the desired result by breathing together, is the conductor. The conductor, right? He knows everybody's part. He knows everyone's part. He knows all the music. He has the collection of all the parts. He knows when to tell this group to stop. When they going too fast, they rush and slow down. You feel me? He does all of this in conducting this orchestra in listen, guiding this conspiracy known as the orchestra that is going to produce a singular song. You understand? That's what this boy did. That's what this boy did. Okay? To watch this video, child, and see thousands of Black people, child, out there. And then the concert, because they shot that from the Juneteenth concert footage. And what did they say? He sang that song 6 times in a row. And everybody, thousands of melanated people, sang every word to that song with him over and over and over and over again. That's a ritual. That's a ritual that boy performed out there. I was clear that day. I ain't saying nothing about it. I was like, that's a ritual. That's deep. What just happened out there? That's deep. You feel me? But baby, watching that video today where he threw, there was so much that happened in that video. But when he threw that little live video footage from the Juneteenth concert and all them Black people out there singing that song, child, I am lit on this day. Okay. And there was a lot. The first commentator that whose link I put in the description, he had his 2 sisters. They all live here in LA. He had his 2 sisters on the show with him, and they were watching for the first time together. So they watched it all the way through, and then they were breaking it down, right? What you see, what you think, you feel me, whatever. Well, the girls were younger than him. And so one girl was talking about how she was a huge Drake fan. Yes, I noticed that. Keedane. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. So anyway, she was like, I'm not gonna give everything away about the video, but watch the whole video, y'all. I was in here cackling. This little girl was talking about, her brother called her out, was like, well, I know you was a Drake fan since he was in that little TV show or whatever. And she was like, damn, why you gotta clown me? You feel me? She said right in this moment, she said, what was the movie she referenced? You remember the movie You Got Served? Y'all remember the movie You Got Served? Okay. In the movie You Got Served, she said, right now, I feel like, that scene in You Got Served where you remember when they was doing the dance competition and they homeboy was getting ready to dance with them. And then right before the dance started, he switched sides. She said, that's what I'm feeling right now. I done switched sides. Because Drake was apparently her dude. You feel me? The video is very funny. Their reactions made it great because, again, they were seeing it for the first time. So they was like, it was funny. And then there were so many other like little things they drew out. They were sharp in what they were able to draw out, right? Like with what you call Easter eggs, like the little hidden gems in it. So watch that video. It's in the link. It's called it's this dude called Curtis King. His YouTube channel is Curtis King TV. And like I said, I put the links in the description box. But baby, Kendrick is not the only one I want to talk about this video. Because even when I did the video, they not like us and I'm not like them. And I was talking about a very specific parasitic tendency that exists in spiritual spaces and conscious spaces. That's specifically what I was talking about, and how to be able to identify, how to be able to determine, how to be able to discern if somebody who is saying words that sound like what you believe, but they ain't really about that life. How, wading through just what's coming out their mouth, can you discern who they are, what their character is, how to be able to tell, how to be able to read between the lines, right? That's what I was talking about. And so I had been listening to this commentary in this beef about, between Drake and Kendrick. I had been listening to it. People I know had been talking about it. I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's interesting. But I don't know enough about either of them wanting to even, have an informed discourse about what people were witnessing. But I'm going to tell you this. even when it first happened, I said to myself, if I was to take a position, not knowing anything about either of these dudes, if I was to take a position, my default would be for the position to favor Kendrick. Why would I say that? Well, one, I don't know how long Drake's career has been going, but the first thing, number one thing, my default position, I told you I'm a music snob. I have a hard ass line. My line is not just because I have a background in music. My hard line is because I have a 20-year background in political activism, which always informs me of every position that I'm going to take, right? And so I can tell you this, that in going to clubs and going to hang out and going to be places, going to do things, there is not a single solitary song of Drake's that I have ever heard out in the world, out of the club, out of the bar, whatever. There has never been a single solitary song that dude has ever produced that has caused me to move once. Juke in my seat, turn up a little bit in the car. Never. Not once, not ever. And I trust that. My spirit wouldn't allow it. Just on GP, my spirit wouldn't allow it. I didn't have to know anything about this dude. My spirit, baby, I remember there will be times I'd be at the club, a Drake song would come on. That would be my cue to go get a drink from the bar. I wasn't going to be on the dance floor. I'm just telling you. And I trust that. I always have. That I trust, right? And so in the past, without a spiritual understanding, without a philosophical understanding, without even a political understanding, I didn't give time to why there were certain things musically that moved me and why there were certain things that I didn't feel like when it happened, when I heard it, I felt nothing. I trust my body where music is concerned. That might be because I'm a musician. That might be why the extent of how deep that is. Having played music, having produced music, having made music, having used my breath and used my hands and felt it on my body. You know what I'm saying? To make music, maybe that's why I rely on goosebumps when I hear music. If it don't move, if I don't have physical signs, that obviously ain't the music for me. No shade, no harm, no foul. If I don't have goosebumps, hair standing on the back of my neck, you know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, shivers, like, oh, damn, that shit. It's just not the music for me, right? And I don't own any music that don't do that, right? And his never did that. Now, of course, learning a little bit about him over the last several years, you know what I'm saying? And just minimally learning about him, learning about his background and his upbringing. I'm gonna tell you, that's why so many people are confused about what hip hop is. That's why so many people are confused about what hip hop is and why, quote, the culture of hip hop has all of a sudden started letting anybody in the goddamn building. Everybody in the building. Everybody in the building. You feel me? And I did a video maybe last summer. It was called Black Art in Matter or Function, something to that effect. It's in a book I read many years ago. The book was written in like the 1960s or the 1960s. The book was called Black Voices, and it was a compilation of works by Black authors at the time, Black radical authors, Black poets, everybody, Black, essayists. This particular essay that I read on YouTube, it was called Black Art Giving Function and Force, or something to that effect. Was written by Maulana Karenga, the founder of Kwanzaa, right? I'm not a Karenga fan, but I read that article when I was majoring in African American studies in 1998. 1998, I read that article with limited understanding about the world. I didn't know shit about the world yet. I didn't know nothing about the world yet. I was 22 years old when I read that article, but it was seared in my consciousness from that day on. I will never forget it. It was called Black Art Giving Function and Force or something to that effect. I know, sis. I know. Now, I know now. I didn't know who Milana Karanga was even then. But I remember we were assigned to read this essay that he did called Black Art Giving Function and Force or something to that effect, right? And it hit. Even at 22, without a worldview, I didn't have a political worldview at the time. You feel me? And as I became a political activist few years later, as I became, a doctor and a healer, that article kept coming back to me, right? And I reread it last year because it, to me, of course, you have to put it in the proper context. He wrote this article, he wrote this essay in the height of the Black Power movement of the 1960s. So it is very hardcore. It is a very clear divide about the role that art must play in the life of Black people. That he talks about how we cannot afford the circumstances that we live under, the conditions that we're forced to live in. We can't afford to accept a bullshit NAS philosophy of art for art's sake. That art for Black people, art for colonized people has to serve the people. It has to serve the interests of the people. It has to serve the vision of a liberated future for colonized people. Otherwise, it serves the state. That was his position. It was a hard line. Your art either serves the function of the state or it serves the fucking people. But there ain't no middle road where you can, he said something to the effect of, I don't ever want to see a painting I don't want to ever see another painting of a goddamn bowl of fruit unless in the painting there is a gorilla in South America surviving off the bowl of fruit while he trying to make a revolution, right? So it was a hard line, but even within the context of this world that we live in where we think we free, right? Like where we think, we done made it or some shit. I last year was reminded of this article and read the article on YouTube. And it was again about the fact that we're not raised to have a language that helps us to understand the world that we live in and how to articulate what we're experiencing. So I would hear all of these discussions about hip hop and who's real hip hop and who's not real hip hop. And how do you determine whether a person is really hip hop, right? And why is hip hop not like it was? Like, how is it now that hip hop went from having a code where you don't bite? Like that's the biggest crime that you can commit in hip hop is biting, stealing, jocking somebody's style, jocking somebody's flow, stealing outright somebody's language. You feel me? And now, as soon as somebody hit with something hard, 15, 20 motherfuckers want to reproduce what they done did, right? Like, how does the culture change that drastically? One, it is because we are detached from the veterans of the craft, any craft, not just hip hop. We are always detached from the veterans of our craft, right? Me starting to play the saxophone at 10 years old, I didn't just take music lessons. My dad would make me listen for hours to his favorite saxophone players. That was him tying me to the veterans of this craft that I was stepping into. And people don't do that anymore. I used to kick it with this dude and he wanted to be a rapper. And he came over one day and he was like, yo, I just wrote this song. I just produced this song. I want you to hear it, right? And he had never asked me to do this before. He'd never asked me to listen to his music. We wasn't dating. We was just kicking it. You feel me? And I was like, all right, cool. Because he knew that, first of all, that I had really close relationship. Well, not really close, but I knew closely several, big name hip hop artists. And so he was like, I know you have an ear for music, whatever. So he played this song and he called himself wanting to be a conscious rapper. You feel me? He wanted to be a conscious rapper. And he played this music for me, child, the song for me. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, he is asking my opinion. How can I be diplomatic enough in a way, right, that because we were having sex. That's what it was. We had been having sex for a long time, but it was just that. We didn't date. We didn't, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to know nothing about your life, right? And so I'm like, how do I give an opinion that's not a lie, right? But that won't lose me my boo, won't lose me my steady, right? And so the first question after because he was hyped, he was listening to his own music, he was in the living room, he was turned up, he was like, yeah, like he had done something. And when I tell you, baby, it was hot trash on a 110-degree day. It was awful. It was the lyrics weren't even remedial. The lyrics were awful. The delivery, tragic. The production of the music, unbearable. I was sitting in my head trying to keep a straight face, like, oh, and I have to listen to the whole song. 3 seconds into the song, I was like, oh, here we go. You know what I'm saying? Oh, here we go. You feel me? And I'm going to tell you, he's got a following. He's got a huge following in Florida. A huge following in Florida, right? So this is my first time listening to this dude's music. I know that he got a following. And I understood immediately why he had a huge following. He got a huge following because he good looking. You know what I'm saying? Big dude, you feel me? Like 6'3", 6'5", some shit. Jet black, beautiful African. Jet black skin with these dark ass black tattoos. Oh, fine. Okay. I understood why he had a big following because it was not his music. It was not his music. Yo, it was awful. Right. So I'm sitting here, I'm trying to be like, how am I supposed to respond to this shit once this song starts? So I'm in my brain plotting, like how I'm gonna tell him. I got it. So when the song stops, he's like, what you think? I was like, well, I have a question. I said, how much time in a week do you spend studying your craft? He's like, what you mean? I said, how much time do you spend studying what you do? You want to be a rapper. Like, how much time do you study? Oh, he was like, I write every day. I said, nope, that's not what I meant. He's like, well, what you mean? I said, well, you want to be a conscious hip hop artist. That's dope, right? Those are few and far between. I said, but conscious hip hop has been around for 30, 40, 50 years. Well, 40 years at the time, 40 years. I said, how many veterans of this genre that you're trying to go up into, how many veterans do you listen to? How many old conscious hip hop groups, performers do you listen to? He was like who? I was like, start basic, start with Public Enemy. You know what I'm saying? Start with the early 90s. Start with, I don't know, Diggable Planets. They got a flow, they got a vibe, whatever. And he was like, well, I don't listen to a lot of other people's music because I just be in the studio all the time, just writing and trying to make this music. Right? I was like, what about Immortal Technique? I was like, what about Dead Prez? These are like cutting edge, kind of more hood conscious, you know what I'm saying? Hip hop artists. What about them? They flow was a little harder. Well, I know Dead Prez. I've heard a few of their songs. You've heard a few of their songs? Dead Prez? He was like, yeah, I know a couple of their songs. Yes, child. Goodness, miscellaneous B. You want to be a conscious hip hop artist. He wrote a song where it was like he just kind of forcefully put together like catchphrases. Like, he'll throw Africa in there every now and again and talk about the God every now and again. Just like some shit like haphazardly woven together. Like really horrible patchwork, right? I was like, as far as I'm concerned, at least for that period between the late 90s up until now, Dead Prez set the standard for like what conscious hip hop, what revolutionary hip hop is, right? And I said, how many songs of Dead Prez you know? He's like, I don't know, maybe 2. What? My daughter, who is mixed race, y'all know my daughter half white. My daughter is mixed race. My daughter, by the time she was 8, I'm not lying. By the time Morgan was 8, she knew the lyrics and how to self-censor. I used to crack up. She knew to self-censor at 8 years old. She'd be in the back seat. I'd be playing Walk Like a Warrior by Dead Prez. That's a fast song. I was trained to defend myself. I can't even remember. She knew every single lyric at 8 years old. You know, 2 Dead Prez songs trying to be a conscious hip hop artist. But what I came to realize about this interaction with this brother is this disconnect. See, every generation, we are supposed to be building on the foundation left by our veterans, and the objective, the goal is to be better than they were because they've laid the foundation. Now we can be better. We can build on top of what they have done. We can build on, add to with our experiences what they created. But the frustration, especially for a lot of people who are my age, Gen Xers, you hear them talk about it all the time, is how, like, what the fuck happened to music across all genres, not just hip hop, across all genres. There has been like this de-evolution. And you ask so many kids. I taught high school for a little while, and if I say, raise your hand, how many of y'all want to be rappers? And a third of the class want to be rappers. I go to Atlanta and end up meeting Dougie Fresh on the street at 3:00 in the afternoon. I'm like, oh shit, it's Dougie Fresh. Get a picture with Dougie Fresh. I'm hype all weekend. I come back to school on Monday. I'm like, yo, y'all won't believe what happened this weekend. Y'all won't believe who I met in Atlanta. They were like, who Dr. They called me Dr. Moyende. Who Dr. Moyende? Who Dr. Moyende? Dougie Fresh. And child, you could have heard a pin drop in the room. I said, y'all don't. I said, wait a minute. Raise your hand again. How many rappers in here? How many people write raps in here? A third of my class write raps. Hey, y'all don't know who Dougie Fresh is? I said, do y'all know who? As a matter of fact, I remember the reason I went up there. I was organizing for the Black Power Awards. And the attendees, some of the big name attendees that were going to be at the Black Power Awards, David Banner was the host, and Public Enemy. Chuck D and Professor Griff were supposed to be there. Oh, and what's his name? Rakim were supposed to be there. So I'm talking about all of them. I'm talking about Public Enemy. They're like, who? I taught high school seniors. They're like, who? Who is Public Enemy? I said, what? Wait a minute. I said, David Banner. He relatively y'all generational kind of stuff. Wait a minute. Who else? I said, y'all don't know Chuck D? Y'all don't know Public Enemy? They was like, no. I said, I bet y'all know Flavor Flav though. They were like, oh yeah, we know Flavor Flav. The disconnect was sobering. Okay. And so that's what I started doing. I was teaching a creative writing class. I was like, y'all homework. Y'all can't call yourself wanting to be no rappers, and y'all don't even know who your veterans are. You understand? That's like not knowing who your grandparents is. And so that started to be homework assignments. You would have to listen. I would assign rap songs for them. I would assign my favorite hip hop songs for them to go home and listen to, write down their favorite lyrics from that song, and then recite the lyrics in front of the class. Show did. They were so mad. Dr. Moyende, you so mean. How is this a mean assignment? I'm trying to put you on game is what I'm trying to do. You understand? Anyway, these stories that I'm telling you are not disconnected. To separate people from their origin, to separate people from their lineage, to sever the tie from one's veterans is to ensure a dumbing down and a stupefying of the general population. So when you experience these frustrations, because I used to ask myself, trying to again be objective, am I just being like my mama was? Oh, you and this new music, you and y'all young people in this music ain't got no real heart, ain't got no real spirit. So I'm like, okay, let me, be an objective. Let me step back. Maybe it is that I'm not being objective, that I'm just being an old judgmental person. You feel me? Of young folks and their music. No, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. Right. And so And so how does this relate to Kendrick Lamar and they not like us? What is he saying? Because I done heard some commentary. Because if you let somebody else speak for you, if you invite somebody who ain't you into the space, they will always attempt to dominate the discussion. Their interpretation of your shit becomes the leading discussion, the leading idea. I heard after the and 1,000 of y'all were TikToking about it. There was some conversation on some brown person show where he was offended by the quote lack of Mexican and Latino representation on the stage at Juneteenth, but the nigga didn't know what Juneteenth was, right? Upset at a hip hop concert where for black folks, right? And he was disappointed by the lack of representation of brown people, but you didn't even know what the concert was. You didn't know nothing about Juneteenth. You understand what I'm saying? So, and then white people have been having this conversation since the Drake and Kendrick discussion unfolded, and they interpretation based on their understanding in relationship to hip hop, like they are some kind of authority on that which we produce. So when I did that reading from Moana Karenga about Black art giving function and force, you know, there was no question. There was no question. It wasn't up for debate, right? That even if you enjoy that which we produce, and even if you have some proximity to people who look like us, who produce the culture, that proximity does not give you a right to the space, doesn't give you a right to an opinion about the space, damn sure don't make you an authority about the space. You feel me? So I watched this little short today this dude did about Eminem. And supposedly Eminem, who has been put on the cover of Forbes magazine as the highest paid rapper in history, y'all ain't got a problem with it. You feel me? Eminem supposedly didn't like Kendrick when he first hit the scene. That Eminem, as a Negro appointed representative of the culture, a Negro co-signed on representative of the culture, he said in an article, he thinks that Kendrick Lamar was a fake rapper, right? Like he said he was convinced that Kendrick Lamar had a ghostwriter. So he invited this, and I just saw this today. He invited Kendrick Lamar to his studio. He said, look, I want you to write a hook for the song I'm working on. Kendrick was like, all right, cool. And so when Kendrick Lamar showed up, he showed up with a grip of Africans, a grip of Black people to go up into the studio, right? So they all in there. He writes the hook. They record the hook. And Eminem says, I want you to do a whole verse, right? And he said, but before that happens, I need all of these dudes to go wait outside. I need all your homies to go wait outside. Okay. And Kendrick was like, all right, bet. Everybody went out to the parking lot. And then he turns on the music and Kendrick proceeds in front of Eminem to write his verse that he gonna do on this cut. This is so goddamn typical. This is so typical. I used to get so upset. It has happened. If you think about it, it's happened to every last one of y'all. Where white people being the authority on every motherfucking thing on earth feel the need. It's like their knee-jerk. It's like their knee-jerk default. Feel the need to quiz you on what you know. Quiz you. Do you really know what you know? Now, me, having been a person, as a young person, as a teenager, I loved rock and roll. I loved all things rock and roll. I loved rock and roll. I loved heavy metal. I loved punk rock. I loved surf rock. I loved skate rock. I loved all the outside the cuff shit, all the shit that was unpopular for a little Black girl from Alabama to be loving. I loved it all. And I realized all later down the line, because everybody made me feel weird about heavy metal and punk rock and all of that shit. And so I was like, well, damn, maybe I am weird. Like, what is it that I like about this music? And come to find out, what attracted me to all of that music was its Black origin. I saw myself in it. I heard myself in it. Yes, it was a white reproduction of Black culture. I didn't know that at the time, but I was like, damn, I just love the music. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just love the music. And then I become an adult and start looking into history and realize that everything that attracted me to all these forms of music, all of them, it was because the foundation of them, the roots of them, was Black. That's what I was vibing with. That's what was attracting me, was the Black rebellious nature of music. The Black rebellious nature of music. You feel me? But me being Black in Alabama, loving all of this music, it never failed, man, for white men to constantly see the need to quiz me on what I like. Well, who is the guitarist then? Who's better? I had one guy ask me, would Van Halen be Van Halen without David Lee Roth? It's like, what the fuck kind of question is that? But this need they have to always show dominance in space, to always feel like the smartest motherfucker in the room, to stage their supremacy in every single space. So I'm sitting here listening to this video where this dude, Eminem, who y'all done put in the, I ain't saying y'all who listening to me, but I'm saying in general, Black skinned folks put him in the position to be able to be called the highest paid rapper in the history of rap, in the history of hip hop. You feel me? Set out. This was he wasn't interested really in doing no music with this dude. The whole thing that he did, the whole lineup, the whole invitation, everything was about attempting to show dominance. That's what he did. Because he said in an interview after they cut the track, what he did, he said, I made them all leave because I was convinced one of them dudes was his ghostwriter. And then I watched him sit there and write the goddamn verse for my song in a matter of minutes. That's when I was like, okay, he a real one. Who the fuck cares what your opinion is about who the fuck is a real one in a culture you didn't create and don't contribute to? Who the fuck cares about your opinion? Oh, he a real one. Huh? Child, I just saw that today. You understand what I'm saying? And so here, over and over and over and over again, we act like hip hop is the first. But we haven't learned any lessons yet. We haven't learned any real lessons yet. Because and it still goes back to the fact that there has never been a point in the history of America where Black people have had complete and total sovereignty. What complete and total sovereignty would do is allow you to thrive off of, to excel off of that which you create for you and the benefit of those who look like you and live in your community. That's it. There ain't no space where Black people have owned a total possession of sovereignty. No space. I just listened to a documentary the other day about how it is we can point to all of these inventions of Black people since we've been here. All lists of Black inventions. The stoplight, the street light, the combustible engine, the ability to store and save blood, the first open heart surgery. All of this magical, wonderful, unbelievably contributive inventions of the genius of Black people, and the way that the system set it up for us to not be able to continually thrive and build off of these inventions in terms of wealth is through loopholes in patent laws. Loopholes in patent laws. And this person went down the line of how people, not just in slavery, we think that patent theft just happened within the context of slavery. It happened all the way up through the 1960s, where white people in proximity to the genius of Black people could get in front of file the patent for some creation of some black skinned person, live forever off the wealth that they generate, while the black person who created the shit, invented the shit, had a legacy of poverty, legacy of poverty, legacy of poverty. Everything we set our eyes on this country, damn near the genius, the innovative genius of black people who have been made to and forced to struggle. How do you think your culture is different? How do you think your culture being robbed from you is different than the light switch or the ironing board or whatever contribution you've made to this rotten, filthy bitch and never benefit from? How you think your culture is exempt from that? It's not. Whole corporations created around black culture only for the sole purpose of robbing Africans blind, because we continue to be commodities in this bitch whose sole purpose is to generate wealth for someone else. That's the only reason they keep us alive here, I'm telling you, is to generate wealth for someone else. Your culture is that. Your culture is a commodity for which those in power are completely entitled to. So that's why white boys who are basic at best, white boys who basic at best, who in their own community would never be able to thrive as something exceptional, can change their face a little bit, change their little lingo a little bit, and know that they will have a success in proximity to black folks. They will have success in proximity to black folks when they basic as fuck in their own community. Over and over and over again. Eminem is trash. Spiritless, soulless. It's like, you know what they used to say about the Japanese, right? Like the big argument, the big racist argument that used to be made by Americans back in the day was like, true innovative inventions are here in the United States, but the Japanese, because they're so linear and they're so scientific and they're so rigid, they will perfect or they will build on the inventions of Americans, and then they'll just thrive. And that's how they got ahead of us, right? White people can strategically place words together like Eminem and do them really fast, and that shit impressive to y'all. Or he can freestyle, and these words that you can't, concepts and words your ass can't even relate to because it don't come from you. It don't come from your lived experience. You can't relate to it, but because the execution is methodical, y'all done bigged him up. Y'all done bigged him up. He is trash. He has always been trash. He might be exceptional within the context of white people in general, but exceptional among Africans? Listen, this is my soapbox. I was thinking about this the other day. I was walking down Hollywood Boulevard, and I remember Little Richard. Little Richard was asked to present an award at the MTV Music Awards or something. This was, I don't know, this was in the early 90s. And he was asked to be a co-presenter of one of the awards. And best new artist or something. And he was with a white guy. I forget the dude's name. And they open the envelope. He opens the envelope and he gives the envelope to Little Richard to read who the best new artist is. And Little Richard says, and the best new artist goes to me. God damn it. It goes to me. How I'm the best, how I'm the architect of rock and roll, how I invented this shit. And I ain't never, in all the years, no, it was the Grammys. And all the years, I ain't never got a Grammy. I'm the best new artist. He went right there on stage. It was an acknowledgement of something that I say often about the importance of building dual institutions of dual and contending power. We have been perpetually seeking recognition against within the context of institutions that they set up themselves to demonstrate superiority, right? That's what we have been doing. They set the standard in their basicness. They set the standard in their basicness. They set the standard in their mediocrity. And all of these years, for over 100 years, we have been constantly begging and pleading and begging and pleading for recognition within those institutions of mediocrity. And then get upset when an obviously light years ahead in genius musician does not get recognized within these institutions that they have erected. You understand what I'm saying? We do that. We contribute to that by seeking acknowledgement and validation in the institutions they established for the sole purpose of establishing supremacy, superiority. That's what those institutions are for, is to establish supremacy in our consciousness, supremacy in our worldview, supremacy. And then we beg and plead, we boycott the Oscars, all of that shit. But these are institutions, if we were honest, displaying their mediocrity. And that if we were allowed to fully contend, they would be unable to contend. If we, which was what we attempted to do with the Black Power Awards, created our own institutions, galvanizing the genius of our community. And I'm saying this across the board. If you're Mexican, if you're Native, if you, whatever, creating institutions that highlight our genius as we say and we acknowledge, setting the standards that we set for excellence, they could not even come close. But what do? They're like, oh, we create a Black Power. What do you call it? BET Awards. And the BET Awards back in the day when it was black, when it was actually Black owned, used to be the jam. Like, it was what we always waited for. People stopped watching these other award shows when the Black Entertainment Network, the Black Entertainment Television, BET Awards hit the scene. Black folks didn't really watch the MTV Music Awards the way that they had. Didn't really watch the Grammys the way that they had, the Academies and all of that other stuff, all the other music award shows. You understand? So what they had to do, they had to go buy the Black Television Network and then flip the script. And now every time you turn around, some white person is winning the BET Award that was set up initially to be an institution of dual and contending power. They don't acknowledge us in the spaces that they create. So fuck it, we'll just build our own shit. So they go and buy the network, change the programming, and then turn the award show into some NAACP kumbaya, can't we all live together and all love each other? And what that means is, please give us access to your space so we can infect it and corrupt it. You feel me? And yeah. And so I love what this dude did with this video. I love what he did with this song, when he talking about how the only way this dude is able to keep himself relevant is to identify Negroes who will back him. Say, yeah, he the one. Or give him space. Or you can come do this club. You can come do this show. When he talked the whole line that he talks about how he deliberately goes to Atlanta when he need cash, or when he need a cosign, or when he needs some validation, or when he falling off a little bit, he'll just go to Atlanta and rub elbows with these Negroes who will put him on, who will put him in a club or put him in a venue or whatever. He'll go and grab his cash, not leave nothing in the community, and go about his life. He said, you ain't a colleague, you a colonizer. But he gave the history of Atlanta. He didn't just make the statement. He said, this is what used to happen in Atlanta. All these geniuses in Atlanta, all these inventions springing forth from the genius of Black people in Atlanta. And then you go and do exactly what colonizers do. You go and do a smash and grab. You go and do a smash and grab. You feel me? And this discussion, because why am I talking about this? This discussion that is unending about people, first of all, why would you even consider debating? I see this often and it's distressing. Why would you even consider entering into a conversation with, debating with a white person about your culture and what that means? You give their presence in the discussion validity. You validate them at the juncture that you say, we're going to have a debate. You validate them. We have to ignore them. We have to like completely cut them off. What y'all be saying about these narcissists? You understand that the only way that you can truly be rid of a narcissist is to completely sever the connection, is to completely cut off the supply. Why? Even political spaces. Why y'all debating with white people? Why y'all having a conversation with white people? Why are y'all mad about anything that comes out of the mouth of a white person? Why? Why are you mad? You should be, you know what? You should take a mental note. Thank you for telling the truth, because you've been lying for a long time. You've been trying to make it seem, you've been saying everything but the truth. You've been tap dancing and spinning a web. You've been saying everything but the truth. You've been dancing around the shit and soliloquies and shit. Thank you for telling the truth and keep it moving. Listen, I saw a video somebody sent me maybe 2 months ago. So y'all know I was in the African People's Socialist Party, and right now the party, I think it's 3 members. Yeah, it's the OWL 3. So the campaign is the OWL 3. There are 3 members of the African People's Socialist Party who had federal charges brought up against them. It's bullshit, totally bogus, dumbass charges, but there's still federal charges. There's a whole active campaign. It's the chairman and 2 other, I forget the sister's name, but she is the international president of MPDOM, the mass organization, and somebody else. 3 people who in the party who are currently have federal charges against them, right? And so somebody sent me a video. Have you seen this video? The chairman just did an interview with what is this dude's name? Real reactionary. He got fired from his channel and ended up having to go and start broadcasting in Russia or some shit. What's this white boy name that used to be on Fox News? What is his name? Real reactionary. Kind of dark brown hair, goofy looking dude. I forget his name. He's big though. If you can think of any big name reactionary, you're probably right. But anyway, so this brother who used to be in the party with me, Tucker Carlson, thank you so much. He sends me a video. This brother I used to be in the party with sends me a video. He said, "Did you see this video yet?" And it is a video of the chairman, Omali Yeshitela, the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, who has been the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party for 42 years, 45 years, something like that. Invited to be interviewed by Tucker Carlson on his show. And I, having been in the party for 12 years, I automatically knew what the rationale that was being presented to the organization for accepting this interview, right? Was because that was the same rationale that was used when we would run members of the party for seats on the city council or in bids to become mayor. Like, we know we aren't gonna win. It is to take these platforms that give us the opportunity to spread the line in a more mass way, right? And at the time, I accepted that line. I was like, that's very strategic. That makes sense. You feel me? Like, yes, Tucker Carlson, we know who he is. Now, chairman did what he do. Chairman is masterful. He's brilliant. You feel me? He did what he do. He even took a couple of, low-key shots at Tucker because he knew who he was being interviewed by. And even the fact that Tucker Carlson was attempting to use this interview, the chairman of Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru movement in their line, which for most people is considered radical and shit like that, to draw a correlation between what he believes and proclaims and professes. Boy, stop. Between what he believes and what the party believes. These two opposite ass extremes in worldviews. Carlson was very, very respectful, very genteel. Well, this doesn't make any sense to me. at the end of the day, we're still, we still live in America, which is supposed to be a country that guarantees us free speech. Blah, 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 blah. He was very gentle. He was not his usual obnoxious self when having this discussion with the chairman, because the chairman is brilliant. You feel me? But the whole time I'm watching this interview, like, I feel this seething rage. The whole time I'm thinking, I do not understand. And mind you, now I was in the party for 12 years. I understood clearly as a member of the party when we would take on a campaign, right, that was attempting to challenge the state. I knew the line back and forth. It's about opening up political space. It's about going on their territory and attempting to free up political space. You understand? To make the platform of the party and the International Democratic OWL movement a popular line, to get as many people exposed to the line of the party as possible. I got it at the time. Today, I do not co-sign. I do not co-sign. We stay giving them validity. It is our presence. It is our proximity to them. It is that gives them validity. To know who he is, a rabid, reactionary dog, the worst kind of reactionary. And first of all, chairman has been doing this work for forever. Now maybe that's why I'm not a chairman anywhere. You feel me? Maybe that's why I'm up in here, a priest to the goddess, because I'm not going to do it. My knee-jerk response would have been like, bitch, who are you to interview me? You ain't even on my level yet. You are a knee-high infant in your understanding based on who I am and the work I have done. That's what he should have told that white boy. Keep your platform. We'll win popular opinion elsewhere. You feel me? That's what we got to be doing. There's a story. It was a play, actually, that was done in the 1960s called The Day of Absence. Y'all familiar with that? Anybody familiar with this play? We probably need to bring this back. They should have made a movie out of it. The play was called A Day of Absence. Is anybody that's listening to me right now, raise your hand, do a hands up, whatever. Anybody familiar with this play? It's a Black play written in the 1960s called A Day of Absence. Anybody? Nobody? Carlotta, you close to my age. You remember this play? Heard of this play? It's called A Day of Absence. Nobody? Y'all still hear me? I ain't getting y'all comments done all of a sudden stopped. I don't know if I'm still up on here, but anyway. The Day of Absence was a fictitious story about the short version of it is what would happen if some event occurred and for a 24-hour period, Black people didn't exist in the United States of America. And then they attempt to demonstrate the different ways that life in America would be impacted if Black people were no more. Just for a day. If Black people didn't exist for one day in the United States of America, what would the United States look like for that day? What would happen? And they attempted to demonstrate in this play all the ways this shit would fall the fuck apart. That we, colonized people in general and Black people in particular, are the foundation through which this motherfucker rests. We are not only the foundation, we are the goddamn social adhesive that makes sure that it ain't torn apart, that it don't fall apart. We're the social adhesive, the fucking structural foundation, and the pillar stones. Of this bitch. Do you understand? But we stay giving them validity. We stay debating with them. We stay arguing with them, trying to prove our humanity. We stay appealing to them on the terms that they set. We stay begging and pleading. We stay trying to prove that we're not like them all. We stay trying to demonstrate how kind we are, how kind we are. We really are kind. We really are giving. Just recognize our humanity. That's all we want. We ain't even gonna fight y'all for reparations. Just from now on, stop brutalizing us. Black lives matter too. We stay keeping them in the center of every discussion that we are engaged in, whether it's culturally, whether it's politically. We stay teaching white folks the skills that they know once they master to mediocrity, because all they have to do is reproduce our shit mediocrity. Right? All they got to do is learn it enough to produce mediocrity, and they will still excel over the genius that taught them. They will still excel over their mentor. They will still excel over the master. All they got to do is learn it to mediocrity. You feel me? That's all they got to do. That white boy sure can't dance. That white boy sure can't sing. That white boy sure can't rap. He invades your spaces knowing that his mediocrity is the term that is the standard that is set for the entire population. That his mediocrity is always put forward as excellence. That's why Stevie Wonder never won a Grammy or an MTV award. You understand? That's why Prince, did he ever win anything? You can go down the line of people who had to produce 15, 20 albums before even getting recognition. Or had a dude who is over the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame had the audacity to say in the Rolling Stone, the reason that there had not been any Black female inductees is because they weren't on that level. He was audacious in his statement. He was like, I guess, like the guy responsible for nominating people to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And when asked by Rolling Stones why there had never been a Black female inductee, he said, because we ain't never found no Black female artist that could meet the standard to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's what he said. Their mediocrity is the standard in all spaces, but we stay appealing to their institutions, the institutions that glorify mediocrity, begging for recognition. And I'm gonna tell you, I live in Hollywood. You feel me? And when I first got out here, I was like, what is this I'm witnessing? Like, what is going on here? There is an energy here. There is a vibe here. And, you know, I didn't understand it. I was trying to make sense of it when I first got here, because the LA I moved to is not the LA I grew up watching on TV. It's not. Then I found out how they disappeared 500,000 Black people out of the city, 500,000 Black people in the last 20 years. I was like, oh, they don't have that close proximity to 500,000 people. And so the culture went with the people that they chased the fuck up out of here. The culture left with the Black people that they put out here. Because I was like, why the culture so fucking dead out here? To this day, it is very, 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 very hard to find a club that you can consistently go to and turn all the way up. I was like you literally got to go club hopping for a whole night to try to find one place where you can catch a groove to, where you can find a good DJ at. I was like, what the fuck is happening in LA? Plus, the city shut down at 2:00 in the morning. They turning the ugly lights on at 1:30 in the morning. I was like, the fuck? The first time I went out here and they turned on the ugly lights at 1:30, I was like, is something wrong? Has something happened? I asked the guy at the bar next to me. I was like, what's going on? I thought something was wrong. He was like, it's almost closing time. I said, it's almost closing time. He's like, yeah, the bar is closed down at 2:00 in LA. I said, what? I thought LA was going to be like New York, like the city that never sleeps. Like, it was gonna be crunk. You feel me? No, sir. When I tell you they turned the ugly lights on in this city, right here on Hollywood Boulevard, a few blocks back from where I stay. As soon as they turn the ugly lights on, the doors are closed at 2 o'clock, and Hollywood Boulevard is like a ghost town at 2 o'clock. Nobody walking around, nobody lingering about, like a ghost town, Hollywood Boulevard. Right? So I was like, why the boringness? Like, what is going on? Then a few years later, because I've been here 7 years, I started hearing people talk about this deliberate creation of a culture of boredom. Now, we read about it in the book Pure Lust, right? Remember, she talked about the bureaucracy, right? The creation, the deliberate creation of a society of catatonic people, where boredom becomes the standard. That she talked about in Pure Lust. She talked about how bureaucracy creates societies of boredom, mindlessness, because once you're bored, you become mindless, right? And then we read Pure Lust a year ago. Then I started seeing little TikToks about the culture of bureaucracy and how it's not our imagination. This was actually a strategy employed by the Soviets, almost 100 years ago. Not only in culture, but in like building structure, to literally numb the physical senses of people, to slowly remove color from architecture for this purpose. I was like, holy shit, this is what I'm experiencing in LA. Because I was like, where the culture went to? Where is the regular daily culture that gave rise to all of this excellence that was coming out of LA? Hell, since the 70s, all of this excellence, all of these great bands, all of this music, comedy, theater, it was just like everything was excellent. The decade of the 90s in Black film production was excellent. The scripts, the drama, the comedy, everything Black people put their hands on in the 90s was excellent. I listened to this thing the other day where people were put forward this interview that had been done with Eddie Murphy on some guy's late night show. This was back in the 90s. Eddie Murphy, the guy asked him, he's like, why are people giving you such a hard time about this movie, the movie Boomerang that he did? And he said, and so the host was like, he read an article from a reporter at the LA Times who was going off about the fact that there were hardly any white people in the movie Boomerang. And Eddie Murphy was clear then. Eddie Murphy was like, the problem is not that there are no white people in the movie. The problem with this particular reporter is that there are no white people in positions of power, that y'all are not accustomed to seeing successful, highly successful, organized Black people running a corporation or running a business, and everybody employed in the business is Black and everybody thriving is Black. That's he said, because he ain't got a problem with there not being any white people in the movie. He said, because we got plenty of movies, Black movies, where white people ain't in the movies. He said this same reporter didn't say that about Boys in the Hood, didn't say that about all these other movies, because they need to see us in a certain light. So that was acceptable to this reporter. He was like, he ain't got no problem seeing Black people in their worst, at their worst, in their worst conditions, in their worst lived experience. That reporter ain't had no problem with that. But when you got a Black man who's the CEO of a major corporation and all of these Black people who work with him and under his leadership, your default as a white person is, who's running this office? Where is the white person that's running this office? Right? And he was clear about that. And what struck me about his, even like the fortitude and the confidence that he was engaged in this interview, is different. That movie, Boomerang, was excellently produced. The cinematography, the script, the dynamics that are not only funny because he's a comedian, but also serious, also dramatic, right? Also sexy, all-star cast, right? The movie was excellent, excellently produced, excellently written. It was beautiful, right? Name another movie that Eddie Murphy has been in that had the same caliber, that had the same impact, that had the same message, that had that had within it, woven within it, Black romance, Black romantic accountability. Name another one. The Black excellence, cinematic excellence, that defined the 90s was problematic and immediately replaced with stereotypes and caricatures, violence. And so we wonder what happened to like the sitcom culture that every last one of these networks thrived off of. Every time you turn around, you understand, you see some expose on how all the Black sitcoms that many of them rescued television networks. Many of these Black sitcoms rescued dying television networks. And as soon as they made their grip off these Black sitcoms, they'd scrap the Black sitcoms and replace them with the same idea, the same model, and replaced all the actors with white folks. This happened over and over and over again, where they would let the shows air till they could get their grip, till they could come up. And then as soon as they got themselves out the red, as soon as they got their grip, they trashed the Black people and replaced that scenario with somebody white. With Friends, we know that's the most popular example, replacing Living Single with Friends, using goddamn near the same scenario and script. You feel me? But that wasn't the only thing. You feel me? Even with Wesley Snipes. How is Wesley Snipes not on the lips of everybody on earth? Wesley Snipes was the first real Black superhero. Saved Marvel. That's what it did. That's what his character did in Blade. And then by the third Blade, they X'd him out of the movie and X'd him out of the franchise. Marvel was given birth to in its success by Blade, by Wesley Snipes, as a serious, ass-kicking, good-looking, intelligent Black superhero. And the only other Black superhero we have been given to this point that could even come close, and didn't in my estimation, to contending was the Black Panther. But what did they have to do to the Black Panther? Because if you go back and watch the Black Panther, and I love Black Panther, you understand? I love both the movies. But what did they have to do? He had to have a relationship with the state. He had to save the life of the white CIA agent, as the lone white boy in the CIA who was actually a good guy, to contend in this relationship with the CIA and this white boy. In the first one, to contend with his cousin, even after he learned the truth that his father was a treacherous snake. I shouldn't say snake. He was a treacherous, diabolical monster. That's what he was. That he murdered his brother and abandoned his nephew in a vicious, white, nationalist, diabolical society by himself. Denied him access to his ancestors, denied him access to his medicine, denied him access to his memory, denied him access to power. That's what he did. And even after the Black Panther learned of this betrayal of grand proportion, this most treasonous act, he still took the side of the state. He still sided with the state. And in the second one, his sister did the same thing. His sister is entrusted with the actual life of a people whose only way to protect themselves and to thrive is to live in the nether reaches of the undiscovered ocean. And he says, because I know that you can relate, because your circumstances in Wakanda are equal to ours. There's a reason that you haven't stepped out into the world all this time, even as you saw the world was falling apart around you, because you could see that it was not safe, even though you you were better than the outside world, that you were stronger than the outside world and have more power than the outside world. So I am going to trust you. I'm going to entrust you with the lives of my entire people. That's what I'm gonna do, because I see you. I see me in you. I see us in y'all. So yes, I'm gonna take you down here. I'm gonna feed you. I'm gonna dress you in regal attire that is appropriate for one who is royalty. I'm going to take care of you, keep you safe, and then I'm going to show you the secrets of our world. And what does she do? She and her mama, what they do? They betrayed their equals to side with mediocrity. That's what they did. They betrayed what should have been a no-brainer. They betrayed allies to side with mediocrity. That's what they did. That's what they did. That's what they did. Namor really looked confused, like how is this even a question? How is this even something you have to consider or think about? Like, this is a no-brainer. You got power, I got power. We gonna protect each other. You on the earth, us in the water. We gonna come together to make sure they don't ever have the opportunity and galvanize the secrets that we govern, the source of our power. They can't have it because we see what they've done. How does she hear him tell a story about how he is so old that he witnessed the onset of colonization in South America, to witness the massacre and the enslavement of indigenous people, to witness the most crimes we cannot even fathom? How's she gonna hear him tell a story like that? How's she gonna hear him tell a story about him knowing who even their most professed religious spiritual leaders are diabolical in their essence, in their damn DNA? They're diabolical. And I know because I witnessed it. I saw it. I saw what they did to babies. I saw what they did to children. I saw what they did to women and men. That's why we got to take the position that we got to take up here. That's why I'm saying I'm gonna give you the opportunity to do the right thing. You feel me? And her position is that he is dangerous, that he wants to stage an offensive against the surface. He wants to make sure that they never get in their minds that this is someone that they can contend with. You can't do that in the offensive position. You got to do that in the offensive position. And her position is, we got to call the CIA boy. We got to call the CIA white boy, the one good CIA agent in the whole wicked ass institution. That's what we got to do. And consult with him, because the more crazy he talking about killing the humans. Now remember who I told you the humans was in all these Marvel comics. What Stan Lee said the humans represented out of his own mouth. Stan Lee said in the X-Men that the X-Men, that what's his name, Xavier and Magneto's characters represented the mutants, represented the Black movement, and that the humans represented the white people. That's what Stan Lee said. That's what Stan Lee said. This Jewish white guy comic who wrote these comics. Stan Lee said humanity represents all the complications in white society. The humans represent white people, and the mutants represent the Black struggle of the period. And Magneto and Xavier's character represented the two different aspects of the Black movement. That Xavier represented that aspect of the movement that he actually did work with, the civil rights movement. Xavier represented the civil rights movement, and Magneto represented the Black Power movement. That's what the white boy said. That's what Stan Lee said when he wrote the X-Men comics. He was clear. Do you think it stopped his understanding of this divide in the world stopped at the X-Men comics, where we as Black people, colored folks, is the mutants, and humanity is the white people. Do you think it stopped at that comic? You can see it all the way through Black Panther. And how these people, black-skinned folks with ultimate power, sided with mediocrity, betrayed blood. Betrayed blood, betrayed potential allies to side with mediocrity. Yes. That's why people left that first Black Panther movie talking about what's his name? Michael B. Jordan's character. Damn, what was his name? Y'all help me. What's wrong with my brain? What's his name, y'all? What was his name in the movie? Anyway. Come on, somebody tell me, because that's gonna drive me crazy. What was Michael B. Killmonger? Thank you. That's why people left the movie rooting for Killmonger. That's why people left the movie, even if they couldn't articulate it. That's why people left the movie rooting for Killmonger. But then you see what they had to do to Killmonger, because everybody was relating to Killmonger. So what did they have to do? They had to put in scenes that would make you waver. It would make you feel a little bit fucked up about siding with Killmonger. What were the two scenes that he had to do in order to cause you to waver in your allegiance with Killmonger over the Panther? He had to commit aggressions against Black women. Those were the two scenes that they used to divide your loyalty. Because right out the gate, we was all like, oh yeah, Killmonger is the man. Killmonger is the man. All the way through the movie, until they have to make you split your loyalty, because you cannot relate to the antagonist. You cannot relate to the antagonist. You cannot relate to the quote bad guy, because in the end, the system has to win. The state always wins in the end. That's the message that they want you to have. So while you could relate to the little rebellious nature and even the story, the plot of how Killmonger became Killmonger, and we was all rooting. I was at the theater opening night. We was all rooting for Killmonger. Then we left out of there fucked up, because the one thing that they knew that they could throw in there to create mixed loyalties inside your own consciousness was to make him an avid aggressor against women. Not just women, Black women. He had to kill Black women. He had to abuse Black women. He had to murder Black women, so that you can no longer see yourself in his mission. That's what, so like you got to go back. Well, I guess Black Panther's still the man, because at least he ain't killed no women. You know what I'm saying? At least he ain't committed no violence against no Black woman. You understand? Even at child. So, are y'all still following? Are y'all understanding why I'm going all over the place? Culture. What does Black Panther Party always say about the black revolution of the 1960s, when interviewed about why they dressed the way that they did, why they wore, black berets, why they had a uniform, why they displayed themselves the way that they did. Every time they were out, they were very deliberate in their appearance and the swag because this was the establishment of culture. And he said, like most revolutionaries have said, the first and most important part of a struggle against the state is the battle of ideas. You have to win people's brains. You have to win their worldview. You have to compete with the state for the consciousness of human beings. And up until this point, they have run circles around us in the competition for ideas. In the competition for ideas, in the battle for ideas, they run motherfucking millions of circles around us. Millions and millions and millions of circles around us. But what happens is, every now and again, in these circles that they're running around us, in the battle for the minds of human beings, in the battle of ideas, something that they don't expect, a cog in the system, emerges and disrupts this seemingly effortless working machine. Every now and again, somebody will come up out of left field with something that sparks something in people's consciousness. Just for a moment, just for a minute. But it does something that I keep calling the wrench in the machinery. You feel me? And we can look at those things. We can identify those things. James Brown was on some other shit during the 1960s. You understand? And then all of a sudden, the community is like, you can't keep singing them songs you were singing in the 1950s, bro. That shit don't track. That shit don't track no more. That shit don't track no more. You understand? You can't be out here doing concerts and we, supporting you and buying your albums and all of that shit, and you talking that same old shit. We in a different day. It was the culture that was responding to the needs of the people, not the other way around. He didn't shape the culture. He responded to the pressure that the community was putting him under, demanding. And all of a sudden, he come out with, I'm black and I'm proud. And people like, oh shit. You understand? Oh shit. And we see that all throughout the 60s, not just with our culture or with our artists. Everybody was using the culture as the lightning rod to win certain positions about the war and everything that was happening in the country at the time. That's why even John Lennon, I saw a whole documentary about why they killed John Lennon, and most of the radical actions he took, I'd never even heard until I saw this documentary. You understand? Using the only gift that he had, music, and the impact that music, and the impact that music as a gift for him had was his popularity. Yes, he was a thief. Yes, he was a culture vulture, but he had amassed a worldwide fame that gave him an opportunity to do something with music other than perform. And they were talking about, like, he did some really radical shit. He hosted a impromptu, I think they said it was a 16-hour concert where all the proceeds went to pay for the representation of this dude who had been arrested for drugs, for marijuana. But it was because he was a political activist, this dude was. I don't remember the dude's name, but apparently he was like a real radical. They used marijuana possession or something as, the angle to hem him up, and was trying to throw away the key. And he was like, fuck that. And organized, within a matter of a week or two, all these big name artists to do this big ass concert in the middle of nowhere. And all the proceeds went to get this dude out of prison. He, what's his name? The Steve Cavett show, or I forget who that dude was, but he had a big talk show. He had a big, pretty popular talk show in the 1960s. And I love this interview because he was interviewing John Lennon. He didn't tell the producers of the show that he had a guest with him. Not even the dude interviewing. He didn't tell anybody that he had a show with him, and or that he had a guest with him. And so he's talking, Dick Cavett, thank you. So the dude is interviewing him, and he was like, because apparently this is the period where John Lennon starts getting a lot of negative press, right? Him and Yoko Ono are getting a lot of negative press. And he was talking about how it had really depressed him that, all of these newspapers, there was no accountability, that people could just literally make up a story and it post in a newspaper and people would assume that it was truth. And he said, we lived in a really terrible state for a long time, me and my wife, because we were getting all this negative press and we were reading these newspaper headlines like, where the hell did they get this shit from? Like, some of the shit was just bizarre, but as long as it was in black and white, people would believe it. And he said, it got me to thinking. He is like, if people can just make up stories and tell lies about me and my life, nobody ever called me and asked me if it's true, nothing. He said, if people can just lie and what they write in black and white can just be believed instantly by millions, he said, it made me start reconsidering my position about so many other people around the world that I had taken a position about based on what I read in a newspaper, right? Newspapers are supposed to tell us the truth. And he said, so when I got to America, I specifically remember one group of young people that I had just been hearing all of these villainous stories about and just knew they were terrible people plotting to overthrow the government and do all of this terrible shit. I had never read anything good about them, that they were probably the most evil organization in existence in America at the time. And he said, so this thing that happened to me and my wife prompted me to go find out for myself. He said, so when I got to America, I went to Oakland. That's what he said. He said, I went to Oakland. He said, I went to Oakland to go find out about the Black Panther Party. I wanted to know what they was doing and if what I read was the truth or if what I was reading was the same thing that had been happening to me and my wife. He said, and when I got to Oakland, I didn't see anything even remotely close to the horror stories I had been seeing in these newspapers. I saw young people younger than me in their teens and in their 20s feeding hundreds of children every day before they went to school. I saw buses and vans that had been bought and decorated to do free sickle cell anemia testing out of these buses, out of these healthcare buses, healthcare vans. I saw people taking bags of groceries that they hand painted the Black Power thing on to hand to elderly people who didn't have no food. I saw people handing out free shoes. This is what I saw. And so there's like this hush over the audience. Dick Cavett's face is like obviously like a deer in the headlight because that's not what he thought, I guess, he was going to be talking about. He said, and so because I had this experience when I went to Oakland, I decided to bring somebody with me. And the somebody that he brought with him was Bobby Seale, the co-founder of the Black Panther Party. So if y'all haven't seen that episode, you can find it on YouTube. That episode of the Dick Cavett show, where he interviews John Lennon, and then John Lennon, unscripted, on live TV, brings Bobby Seale, the co-founder of the Black Panther Party, onto the show, and then he ain't got no choice but to like interview Bobby Seale on the show. You understand what I'm saying? He understood that music was a weapon, that music was an instrument to be wielded like a sword. That's what he understood. That's what he understood. So I personally, I've never been a John Lennon fan. I think maybe 2 songs he's ever written that I like. I've never been a Beatles fan, ever. You feel me? But John Lennon, in that moment, I say that white boy get a pass. He get a pass. He get a pass. He still cannot represent the culture, but he can get a pass because he was crystal clear about what his fame afforded him the ability to do. He was crystal clear. He said, y'all ain't, in his mind, listen to what I'm telling you. In his mind, he said, y'all white people, white world, ain't gonna treat me with the same venom that y'all treat some Black person. So I'm gonna use my position. I'm gonna use my whiteness. I'm gonna use my privilege to use the music and the privilege that it affords me among y'all to wield this sword on behalf of the oppressed, on the behalf of the lied on the behalf of those who are doing radical world-changing work that y'all have turned into villains. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my position as a well-spoken British performer, well-loved among the many, to set this blade on fire. You understand? To set this blade on fire. That's what he did. That's what he did. I said from that moment on, that white boy get props. He get props. You feel me? So when I opened up this live that I'm going to finish soon, when I opened up this live talking to you, one, about the importance of nurturing children's gifts, those gifts that you are clearly able to identify at 2, 5, 8. Instead of reducing those gifts that they incarnated with for a reason, these gifts are meant to be contributing instruments in the shaping of the future. They are meant to be nurtured because in those gifts that they display is an inherent passion for those gifts that we should not snuff out We should not reduce the significance of those gifts that we inherently are, incarnate with. We should nurture them. We should cover them. We should surround them. We should pour into them. Because, again, music in particular, there's a documentary I need to watch called It's Hard to Watch, but you still need to watch it. It's called Music is the Weapon, and it's a documentary about Faye Kuti. It's a documentary about Faye Kuti, but it's called Music is the Weapon. And so there was an interview that was done with Faye Kuti. And, Faye Kuti grew up a Christian. His father was a minister. Like, his mother was a revolutionary gangster, but she was still a Christian. He was sent to school in England, I believe. That's where he learned music. But in this interview, Faye Kuti said, even though he was born and raised in Nigeria, he did not truly know what it meant to be an African until he came to California, until he came to Southern California in the 1960s, I think it was, the 1960s and the 1960s, the 1960s and the 1970s. He said, I didn't know, Nigerian born, Nigerian raised, I didn't know what it meant to truly be an African until I went to Southern California. To Southern California, met all these black nationalists, all these black radicals, bigging up Africa, wearing African clothes, wearing African colors, teaching African history. He said, I know what it meant to be an African. And that's when his music changed. That's when his music changed. That's when his music, his talent, his skill went from being mere entertainment to a weapon. You understand? Yeah. So that's what the charge is. That's what Kendrick did. That's what Kendrick did. He wasn't just shooting shots at Drake, y'all. Yes, he was aiming at a target named Drake, but Drake is a representative of everything that I've been talking about. Drake is a representation of everything that I've been talking about white mediocrity. Yes, Drake can claim to be black because he's half black. Yes. But what y'all remember what Marcus Garvey said about mixed race people? Y'all remember? Y'all probably don't. Anybody read the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey? He got a whole section in there about black people who have a white parent. And he said, depending upon how they're raised, they will always have mixed loyalties. That's what he said. He said, and those loyalties most often side with the opposition when the parent is a white woman. That's what he said. That's right there that's it right there in the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey. He said that shit 100 years ago. In 1916, he said that. He said, you got to be careful. He said, I ain't saying all of them. He said, but you have to be careful with mixed race white people because the society nurtures mixed loyalties in them. They will betray you based on where their loyalties lie. And so somebody, in talking about the fact that Kendrick Lamar's wife is light-skinned, I don't know if she's mixed race, but I know she's light-skinned, and I know that was like an issue that people were trying to draw out or whatever. And one of the commentators today said, people were trying to draw some similarity between Drake and Kendrick Lamar's wife. And the young girl said, they ain't the same. And the guy asked her, why you say that? And she said, because Kendrick's wife is of the culture. Because Kendrick's wife lives the culture. Because Kendrick's wife is the culture. That's the difference. I said, well, come on in the room. She ain't have to be a political historical analyst to come to that conclusion. She can't be but 23, 24 years old. She said, they ain't the same. They both may be mixed race. They both black as far as we concerned, but they are not the same. That's what she said. That's what she said. So even though this song was produced as a as a fist in a fight, you feel me, in a battle, you feel me, in a rap battle. Maybe it was more than that. And he wanted to make sure that we knew it was more than that. He wasn't talking about a single individual. He was talking about a tendency that this individual represents, a parasite on the culture, not a participant in the culture, a parasite on the culture. His worldview had him do that. His upbringing had him do that. His upbringing had him do that. That he, having a black parent, had just enough proximity to blackness to mediocrely thrive in black culture. And even when the black culture was like, but damn, he ain't even grow up in the hood. Like, how he talking all this hard shit and that ain't even his lived experience, but we still give him a pass. That's how that can happen. Is because of his proximity to blackness. His consciousness, at least in his development, in his foundational development, you've seen all these videos of him in his relationship with his Jewish mama, his early, all the way up into his teens, his development, his acculturation was white. He said it, I had a bar mitzvah. I grew up in a white neighborhood. This is my white mama. I'm talking to her crazy, just like any white child would. Mama, come in here and make me a sandwich. She said, did you just ask me to make a sandwich? He was like, yeah. You gonna make me a sandwich? I just saw a video of that today. You gonna make me a sandwich? She's like, I thought you were joking. He was like, yeah, I'm joking about you making me a sandwich. Yeah. Talking to her like we who is melanated people know you don't talk to your motherfucking mama. His acculturation was white and he was clear. Yeah, he got melanated skin. He had a melanated sperm donor, but his consciousness was not in alignment with the culture. That's why even before knowing anything about him, anything about his life, anything about his upbringing, something in his presentation, honey, my spirit resisted. Even in my ignorance of him, my spirit was like, if you hear that bullshit at the club, you go get a drink or you go sit your ass down somewhere. That shit ain't for you. Don't you be dancing. Don't you be expending no energy trying to dance to that bullshit. There ain't a single song I've ever heard him make that I was like, yep, that's a banger. Not one. Not one. And I say that shit with no hesitation. Not one. I did not have to know him to discern that he was not me. That he was not me. You feel me? And so a lot of people do that. They want both. They want their proximity to blackness to get the cred, to get the props, to get the access, to get the money. But they want to be far enough in that proximity and close enough to the proximity of the opposition to be placed accordingly, to thrive, to have access to power. They want to ride the fence. They want to be just black enough to get the cred and avoid the criticism. You feel me? Get the cred, avoid the criticism, and close enough to whiteness in proximity to get all of the perks and the benefits of whiteness. And he has ridden that fence quite well. Y'all have helped him do that. Y'all have helped him ride that fence. And so now what he is experiencing and what everybody else who is experiencing when the girls say, I feel like that scene in the movie where I switch sides. That's what everybody who love Drake is experiencing right now. His cover has been blown in this beef with Kendrick. His cover's been blown. That's what's happened. After all this time, his cover has finally been blown. He is exposed. You feel me? That's what y'all experiencing. And in his exposure, so many like him are being exposed. That's what that song did. Yes, Drake, but not just Drake. Everybody who uses Drake's MO, everybody who has employed Drake's modus operandi is being exposed in this moment, in this historically analytical and profound piece of weaponry produced by Kendrick Lamar called They Not Like Us. All these, even brown people, opportunist brown people in their proximity to whiteness, reproducing unauthorized merchandise for Kendrick's using Kendrick's song, and when confronted by it, what's they say? This song is for everybody. This song is for everybody. And when confronted, like, y'all, who he talking about? Not brown people in general, brown people with white people in their brains, brown people behaving like the opposition, brown people siding with the state, brown people behaving like colonizers as if they ain't colonized their damn self. That's who we talking about. That's what we talking about. He ain't just talking about white skinned people. He's talking about a white supremacist consciousness of exploitation. He's talking about a white nationalist consciousness of exploitation. That's why Drake can get it. Yeah, he melanated. Yeah, he got a black ass daddy. He is still a white nationalist in his behavior. He is still white nationalist in his behavior. The level of disconnect to tell Kendrick that you rapping like you trying to free the slaves, the level of disconnect in that one line alone, like somehow that was an insult. That you rapping like you trying to free the slaves, the level of disconnect, child. The level of disconnect. How, in my mind, how people have not come out the woodworks to verbally slay Drake for that singular line alone eludes me. Eludes me, because he said in that one line everything I needed to know about where his loyalties lie. That's why I said 2 weeks ago, they not like us and I'm not like them. Just because somebody sprinkle goddess in their shit every now and again, or the mother in their shit every now and again, do not mean we the same. Do not mean we on the same thing. Do not mean we have the same interest. Damn sure don't mean we share the same vision of the future. Princella has never articulated a word that would have me say, that's some shit I co-sign on. I knew, just like I knew with Drake, I ain't have to know nothing about her background. I ain't have to know nothing about her dirt. I ain't have to know none of that. 5 minutes into the first video that was ever sent to me, I was like, this that bullshit. This ain't for me. I ain't even about to corrupt my spirit with this shit. This ain't for me. Now I want to be clear. I am not, in that assessment, making a condemnation of anyone who supported her. I am not. I do not think it is bad that you supported her. The reason why is because what I said earlier. We all come into this walk of evolution, this walk of evolutionary consciousness at different phases and different spaces. Some people are infants in this evolutionary process, in this walk that they're doing. They do not yet have the experiences in these spaces. They do not have the worldview developed through these experiences in these spaces to discern the difference between one woman saying the goddess and another woman saying the goddess, or one dude saying the goddess and another dude saying the goddess. They don't have the ability to discern. So I am not at all trying to make anybody feel bad, trying to make anybody feel stupid, trying to make anybody feel any kind of way, any kind of self-conscious or anything. She had a following for a reason. And I'm telling you, for me, I felt like she is an example of how the state moves. And you do not have to be a conscious agent of the state to serve the state. You do not have to be a conscious, on the payroll agent of the state to function in a way that serves the state. And that's what she did. That's what she did. She saw, quote, a market. She saw an angle to make herself some money. You feel me? To make herself some bread. You feel me? She galvanized with this hard tongue, this sharp edged tongue, this, these little triggering hard ideas that spoke to the rage of women, spoke to like, gave women an outlet that they might have been hesitant to take before. Like, damn, I ain't never heard no woman talk no shit like that. That shit is hard. But that's what I've been feeling because these institutions of my childhood have betrayed me. The church and the mosque and the this and the that. She saw an economic opportunity to ride the wave of African women in particular, coming out of these institutions, coming into a world where their minds are being blown open, hearing new ideas, people articulating shit that has happened to them, and they didn't have the language to articulate. They didn't even have the information to understand the network of shit that was happening to them. Here she go, cresting this wave that Black women were generating coming out of these institutions, and not just Christian institutions. There are just as many people that are becoming initiates of E5, becoming devotees of E5, or as just as many motherfuckers hightailing it out of these institutions because they go from the church to these African spiritual traditions and end up experiencing the same kind of malignant ass behavior. So these women are aimless in the world. And what do women aimless represent? Untapped potential. That's what they represent. Some pariah, some parasite is going to see all these aimless, wandering Black women trying to figure out what the fuck is happening to them, seize an opportunity to coast the wave created by them, carry them on this wave, surf that wave for a while, and then turn around seemingly out of nowhere and betray them all. So whether she was a conscious agent of the state or not, her actions serve the state. Because what do I mean when I say the actions serve the state? Anything that the state orchestrates is to disempower, exploit, take advantage of, leech off of, and simultaneously disempower and demoralize. That's what every project that the state is engaged in is, to simultaneously bleed you dry energetically and economically, while at the same time demoralizing you, betraying you, and wiping you out emotionally so that you can no longer be a functioning and enthusiastic participant in your own liberation, in your own elevation, in your own evolutionary process. You get exhausted on betrayal. You get exhausted on exploitation in every space you end the fuck up in. That's what the state does. And so when some person comes out in the world and does, and what they produce ends up producing those results, do they have to be on the payroll of the state? No. They ain't have to have nobody come to their house and say, look, we need you to, create this show, you feel me? And what we're going to have you do, we're going to pay you. And they don't have to do all that. It ain't even that deep. The state is a well-orchestrated machine. Well-orchestrated machine. And so what happens is the state is able to benefit even from unconscious agents of the state. The state benefits. You feel me? And so that's what she did. And unfortunately, there aren't enough people like myself who are genuine in my ambitions. I have a singular ambition, baby. I have a singular ambition. I have a singular goal, and all of my objectives are tied to that. There ain't enough of us out here talking this shit in mass. I ain't got 250,000 followers. I got 2,500 followers. You feel me? Lotus Flower, who was on here earlier, she got a few thousand followers. You feel me? Those of us who are really about that life, we don't have that kind of following, 250,000, 1.5 million followers and shit. You feel me? And so what happens is it becomes difficult for people to garner the kind of information and opposing voice that helps them to build that ability to discern, to analyze, to peep the difference in what this person is saying and what that person is saying. I have that ability. That's why I can watch some shit for 1 minute and be like, oh, nope, that ain't no shit I'm on. That ain't no shit I'm on. I don't give a fuck how many times you say mommy wata in your shit. That shit you produce, that ain't what I'm on. Your spirit ain't right. Something ain't right. And I trust that. You understand? She ain't the only one. There have been several people who people have tried to put me onto or whatever. I'm like, baby, don't send me no shit like this no more. I watch everything that y'all send me. Some of the shit is right the fuck on time. Tajali be sending me some shit. You feel me? Like, yo, damn, thanks for the reminder or whatever. Some of y'all be sending me some dope ass shit, putting me on. But the great majority of emails that I get that have some YouTube link attached to it, I don't get upset about it anymore because I recognize, again, that your level of discernment is not yet built. It's not yet, it's not yet, you don't have enough experience in the space to have developed that spirit, that analytical spirit of discernment. That's okay. So I don't even make struggles. I can tell in an instant that this person, is probably new on their spiritual path, or haven't been in a lot of spaces, whether political or spiritual. They haven't been in a lot of spaces so that they can hear these words. They can hear catchphrases. They can hear the similarities and the dissimilarities in things that are happening, so they can understand and feel the essence of what's coming out of a person's mouth in a way that they can say, okay, this is something that I can continue to watch and I'll learn something from it, or this is some bullshit that's dressed as something that I should be interested in. And even if the garb is perfect and shit, I see through that bullshit. You feel me? So that's all I have to say about that, I think. There was something that I wanted to mention in this live. And I'll just mention it briefly because y'all know I love conspiracies and the hidden. And so in the video, there were two conspiracies in the video. And the commentators that I saw talking about it today didn't touch on it at all. I don't even know if they saw it, but there were two conspiracies that I have talked about on my channel that I was like, oh, there it is. There it goes. Right. So one is in like the first maybe minute of the video, where Kendrick is sitting on a chair in between two groups of people sitting on chairs. They kind of behind him. He's sitting and he's dressed in blue. You feel me? And then on both sides of him are all these men and women who are dressed primarily. They have a white t-shirt. They all have the same t-shirt on. It's a white t-shirt with, I think it's "They Not Like Us" on the t-shirt, but all the letters are divided in red and blue. Red on top, blue on the bottom. And so it's red and blue huge on the front of the t-shirt. The commentator in the first video, he and his sisters were like, yo, it's crazy, that all of these shirts got red and blue on them, like hinting at unity between the Crips and Bloods, right? And they were like, yeah, that's dope. And then the girl says, but not just that, not just unity in that way. He dropped the video on the 4th of July, talking about the unity of America, the red, white, and blue. So the red and blue is on this white shirt, right? And so now y'all know, if you don't know, like if you only been following me for a little while, you got to go back. Last summer, I was dropping dimes on y'all last summer. I was dropping deep ass dimes on y'all last summer. I did a video called The Duality of the Red and Blue. The Duality of the Red and Blue. On the thumbnail for that video is I think it's a picture of like, it's cut in half, and it's like the donkey on one side and the elephant on the other side, the Republican and the Democratic Party, the emblems of the Democratic and the Republican Party. But that was kind of like a preface. That image was a preface to this discussion about politics, but it was a deep dive on the history of the duality of the red and blue. And the historical origin of this duality between the red and blue is actually ancient Kemet. Ancient Egypt, this duality of the red and blue is replete everywhere. And now that duality of the red and blue in ancient Kemet found its way in all of the mythologies of Europe. Roman mythology, Greek mythology, on and on and on and on and on. This duality of the red and blue. Not only that, why is red and blue so replete throughout American politics and society? Not just American politics and society and culture. Why is the red and blue so replete everywhere? I didn't even start seeing its prevalence until I did this deep dive on the red and blue. What led me to do this deep dive on the red and blue was I was doing the study of, because I still haven't done it yet because I got sidetracked on the red and blue. I started rewatching the Matrix trilogy so that I could do a movie review on the Matrix. So when I started doing the homework on the Matrix, like starting to do the breakdown of the Matrix to do a movie review on it, obviously the first thing that stood out in mass was the scene where he is offered the red or the blue pill. So before I even got into it, because, there had been culturally a lot of shit, like now it's common, like we call red pillars and all of that stuff. But before even getting there, I was like, you know what? Let me take a sidetrack and find out historically what is the deal with the red and blue, like why show up everywhere, right? Child, that ended up being an 8-hour wormhole. Okay. In that 8-hour wormhole on the duality of the red and blue, I heard a preacher on a YouTube channel do a presentation on the occurrences of the red and blue, how many times the colors red and blue show up in the Bible and what they mean in the Bible. Always showing up together, this duality of the red and blue in the Christian Bible, in the King James Version Bible. I was like, what the fuck? So I started digging into these biblical scriptures. Short version, because y'all can go back and watch the video. Short version, according to the scripture, whenever you see red and blue in the scripture, it is either foreshadowing. If it's in the Old Testament, it's either foreshadowing, or if it's in the New Testament, referencing this period where this Messiah is going to come. And in the Old Testament, this foreshadowing of the coming Messiah is that in the Old Testament, the red and the blue were a representation of the red represents God's chosen people. Anywhere you see in the Bible a reference to the color red, this is according to biblical scholars, the red is a reference to God's chosen people, and the blue is a representation of the Gentiles, all of them. Okay, anybody who is not God's chosen people is a Gentile. And in the Old Testament, as a foreshadowing of the Messiah to come, red is the color of God's chosen people. Blue is the color of the Gentiles. Okay, when Jesus is born, what he is, quote, prophesied to do, which is what? What is Jesus famous for? When they say he died for our sins, but people were sinning before Jesus was born. God's chosen people were sinning before Jesus was born. When it says that Jesus died for our sins, he didn't die for the sins of, quote, God's chosen people. He died for the sins of Gentiles. This red and blue was supposed to be a foreshadowing of Jesus giving Gentiles the opportunity to become a part of the body of Christ, to become a part of the church, the unification of the church, right? And so when Jesus is born as this representation of the unification of the church, Jesus's representation is the color purple. Jesus, represented by the color purple, is the unifier of God's chosen people and the Gentiles. Okay. Now, the reason that this is important, okay, is because the color purple, you see it all the time. What happens on Easter at the supposed resurrection of Christ? when this prophecy is finally fulfilled. Jesus's death on the cross and his subsequent resurrection is a completion. It wasn't his birth that was a completion. It was his death and resurrection that was a completion, a fulfillment of this prophecy. That was an ordination of the new age. It was an ordination of the new age. And so every year at Easter, right? The first Sunday after, the first full moon after the equinox, after the spring equinox, every church in the country, no matter the denomination, has their little cross, and on their little cross, they got a purple sash flung around the cross as a representation of Jesus, who is the representative of the unified church, of everybody having the opportunity to be born again in the blood of Jesus. You feel me? Now, if this is the bedrock of American society, the Christian Bible, Christianity, if this is the bedrock foundation of, quote, the purpose for founding America, religious freedom and shit. And, oh, guess what else I found out doing this research? That y'all are not going to believe this shit. That at the supposed birth of Christ, when Christ is in the manger, you mean with Mary and Joseph in the manger, you feel me? And Jesus is born, the Bible details the animals that are in the manger. Okay? And the animals that are in the manger that speak again, that hint again at his destiny, right? Is an ass, a donkey, and a bull. Okay, the reason I clarify bull is because when I did this whole deep dive, you got to go back to the video to see the whole thing, all the details. But there is a bull in the manger. They specifically point out in the Bible at the time that Jesus was born, there was a donkey and there was a bull. But in the world, like in animal classification, there are many, many male animals whose scientific classification is a bull. The elephant is a bull. The elephant's scientific categorization, the male elephant, is a bull. So at the birth of Jesus, who is supposed to unify the church, the Gentiles and God's chosen people, right? Represented in the manger where he was born is an ass and a bull, aka elephant. You feel me? Yeah. Now, when you get deep into the the spiritual animal meanings of each of those animals, is it an accident? Because I read all the stories about how these parties became represented by the ass and the elephant. But maybe these are just stories to pacify us. Maybe these are just benign stories to pacify us, because the Bible went out of its way to detail the animals present in the manger at the birth of Christ, who is supposed to fulfill this destiny to, quote, unify the church, right? And upon the unification of the church, he would be the representation of the whole, draped in purple. You feel me? And then the other thing is all of the colors of the major figurehead deities, Jupiter, Zeus, Athena, there were several. Their colors are red and blue. And then when they make certain transitions in their stories, their colors transform to purple. Then I watched a whole series of documentaries, marketing movies, marketing documentaries about the psychological, the psychology behind why so many marketing companies, so many corporations use red and blue in their marketing, in their logos, and all of the psychological implications of red and blue in marketing. After I did this research, which was like 8 hours straight, I was in a wormhole. I was like, oh my God, my brain. This shit is so deep. This shit is so deep. This shit is so deep, right? I mean, baby, it's everywhere. When you, like, I did a whole portion of that deep dive into the American space program and their using of the red and blue. Okay. Anyway, so I did this deep dive. My brain was throbbing. And so the next day I was like, fuck that. I'm not studying. I'm not expending any brain energy on anything. I'm going to watch some bullshit. So I was like, let me watch something that I've watched a million times that I know is always funny to like decompress. So the movie that I chose to watch was Suicide Squad. I love this movie, Suicide Squad. You feel me? With Will Smith and Margot, whatever that girl name is, and all them people. You feel me? And how about I have seen this movie 1,000 times. I love the movie Suicide Squad. I had seen it 1,000 times. This particular day that I decided to watch this movie that I think is mindless humor, after an 8-hour deep dive into the meaning, the covert meaning of red and blue the day before, I turn on this movie, child, and 2 minutes into the movie, I'm like, oh my God, how did I not see this? 1,000 times I'd watched that movie. I'm not even exaggerating. I watched that movie so much. I love it. And never once saw any of the symbolism that now was shooting out of the screen. That was literally shooting out of the screen. The first minute in, the literal first minute in, I'm like, what the fuck? How did I not see this? Holy shit. So then that, which was supposed to be a decompression, a mindless, entertaining decompression from the deep dive the day before, turned into another 6-hour deep dive. So after I did the thing on the duality of red and blue, the very next day I did a 3-part breakdown of the movie Suicide Squad based on the deep dive the day before. It took 3 episodes. It took 3 lives for me to dissect the fuck out of that movie, Suicide Squad, and all of the red and blue and other symbolism that was replete throughout the entire movie. Baby, when I tell you, just understanding the red and blue revealed so many other hidden symbolism in that movie that I never caught. Even, girl, you're doing too much. Even the fact that Will Smith's character, who opens the movie, the first character you meet, the first person introduced in the movie is Will Smith's character, Deadshot. And it never occurred to me. I've been a devotee of E5 for 15 years. It never occurred to me that his character is the Orisha Shoo. And it was there, butt naked in plain sight. And I didn't see it until I did this deep dive the day before into the red and blue. His character is the Orisha Deadshot. And Deadshot, is the Orisha Shoo. And I've talked to y'all at length about the fact that Shoo, where Europeans were concerned, had always been likened to the devil. But it's actually the opposite. Shoo is the Christ figure. Shoo and his characteristics correspond to Jesus. And it was in this movie. The first scene, you meet Deadshot in his assassination gear. He's an assassin. He is in the colors of Shoo, red and black, with a literal emblem of Shoo, the target, on his eye that he uses, you feel me, to do his deeds. The circle with the cross, that is Shoo's symbol. Shoo is a representation of the cross at the heart, representing the heart as the crossroads between earth, which is your lower chakras, and heaven, which is your upper chakras. Shoo sits at the heart. Who else sits at the heart? Jesus. What did Jesus say in the Bible? Jesus said, I am the way and the light, and no man entereth into heaven, or no man entereth into heaven but through me. No man reaches my Father but through me. What does that mean? Jesus, who sits at the heart, who literally sits on a cross, the crossroads governed by a shoe. That's why a shoe governs the crossroads. When they talk about all these artists who met the devil down at the crossroads and sold a soul to the devil, you feel me? They're talking about a shoe. A shoe governs the crossroads. You have to make a decision before you can enter into heaven. What is heaven? A shoe, Jesus sitting at the cross, which is the center chakra. It is the central chakra separating earth, your lower 3 chakras, and heaven, your higher 3 chakras. And Jesus says, there is no way, no man enter into heaven but through me, but through the heart. Right? And so here he is, a shoe, owner of the crossroads, in red and black with a target on his eye representing the crossroads, and on his collar, and I never saw it before, on his collar, as he is about to perform this hit, on the collar, it says, I am the way and the light. On his collar, in this movie, this assassin, dressed like a shoe. What else is peculiar about a shoe? In Ifa tradition, it is acknowledged that before you do any ritual, before you do any ceremony, before you even have a party, before you do anything ceremonial, you have to acknowledge a legba, who is a shoe. A legba and a shoe are the same orisha, 2 different personifications. That's why whenever you see a shoe, his face is split in half, right? He has 2 personifications, a legba, who is the party aspect of him, the childlike aspect of him, the aspect of him that loves pleasure, that loves everything in excess, liquor, alcohol, joints, cocaine, sex. You'll see a lot of people with a legba altars that have dildos on them. A legba represents everything that makes the flesh feel good, everything that feels good in the moment. That's why it's also represented as a child, because childs are feeling entities. That's all they understand is what they feel right now in this moment. What makes me feel good right in this moment, right? A shoe represents the aspect of this 2-sided orisha, that if the child is not nurtured, if the child is not cared for, if the child is not admonished, if the child is not given pleasure, then the child becomes the punisher. A shoe is the punisher. That's why it's not a contradiction for a Deadshot to be an assassin, because the mythology of a shoe is that he is the punisher. When the child is mistreated, when the child is unkept, when the child is not cared for, when the child is not made happy, when the pleasures of the flesh are not fulfilled, he becomes the punisher, a shoe. You understand? So as a child, it's all about feeling good. It's all about partying. It's all about enjoying life. It's all about all the good things. If that does not happen, the punisher comes out. You feel me? And on the punisher's collar in the opening scene of the movie, it says, I am the way and the light. I want you to be clear. This white boy who wrote the comic book, who was an ex-Jesuit priest, that's who wrote the comic. He was an ex-Jesuit priest. He knew exactly what he was doing when he was putting that. That was not accident. He knew exactly. Nobody studies African traditions the way Catholics do. He knew exactly what he was doing when he made a shoe, the first face that you see when the movie comes on. Why? Because before you do any ceremony, before you do any ritual, before you do anything, you have to acknowledge a shoe. You have to make an offering to a shoe. He is the opener of the way as the owner of the crossroads. He opens the way so that, what did he say? No man entereth into heaven but through me. You got to make an offering to me first before you can communicate with any of the other orisha, before you could communicate with God, before you could communicate with your answers. These are all representations of your upper chakras, your spiritual life. You feel me? No man come through me. No man enter into heaven. Nobody can communicate. And that's also a shoe's planet is Mercury. Who? The great communicator. That's a shoe. That's a leg by Mercury. The great communicator. What was Mercury in Greek mythology? He was a little motherfucker running around with little wings on his heels so that he can quickly transfer messages from earth to heaven. He was the great messenger between man and heaven. That's who Mercury was. Where they get that symbology from? Where they get that symbology and that myth from? A Shoo. That's where they got it from. Not only that, because A Shoo is the opener of the way. He is, what do they used to call it? Like, what do they call it? We in the hood, we have a different word for it. What is the word? It's like a title where you hire somebody to keep the crowd hyped before the show starts. What's the phrase? What's the title that we give to the person who's like the hype man before the shit starts? Anyway, not a hype man. It's like a title. The something of the something. Anyway, whatever. Okay, those all apply. MC, hype man, but it's a title that they use across. Anyway, that's who A Shoo is. You have to acknowledge A Shoo, and A Shoo is the opener of the way. So you think of Master of Ceremonies. Girl, thank you so much. That would have drove me crazy. Master of Ceremonies. Yes. A Shoo is the Master of Ceremonies. So you think about and they call A Shoo the prankster. They call A Shoo the prankster because A Shoo will punish based on the offense. Okay, so if it's a small offense, the way I was always taught was, as a prankster, he might misplace your keys. You put your keys somewhere. Now all of a sudden you can't find your keys, or you can't find your socks. Like they'll say, pennies on your shrine, on your or on your pot, on your pot, and find your shit. Okay, my StreamYard is acting up a lot. As a legba is the hype man. He's about the party. He's the master of ceremonies, right? His colors are red and black. Sometimes he'll be dressed in red and black, but his face will be black and white. It'll be white on one side, black on the other. But his garments are always red and black. So when I started doing this deep dive a few years ago into when I was teaching this workshop about America's First Pluto Return, I started thinking about Alegba and A Shoo a lot. And as the hype man dressed in red and black, who is, responsible for keeping the crowd hyped before the event starts, I was like, this is exactly. Plus, when you create when you get your A Shoo pot or your Alegba pot, some of the things that you have to put on the pot are bells, marbles, things that kids like, things that make noise, things that kids like. I was like, this is where they stole the concept of the court jester. That's what I was getting to, Miss Carrie. Is the court jester is fashioned after A Shoo. Always the Harlequin. Harley Quinn, the Harlequin is fashioned after A Shoo. The Harlequin of the old, European nobility, the guy who comes out with bells, cracking jokes with toys and shit to entertain the crowd, is A Shoo, is fashioned after A Shoo, right? And so I'm watching this movie, y'all. Then I'm doing this deep dive now on the duality of red and blue and all of this other shit that eluded me because I was watching it mindlessly. And then I find out, guess how I found out that the author of this comic book, the Suicide Squad comic books, was an ex-Jesuit priest. I'm digging through this movie. There's a scene where they fighting the monsters, and Now I'm picking apart everything. So there's this giant building, and it was just background noise. There was a name on the front of this building, right? It was like a big district building, and it said something, something, something building. And so I was like, okay, well, let me see if there's anything to that. And so I Googled the name on the building, this like federal building, and the name on the building was the name, I Googled it, was the name of the author. They put it on the building as a background, as background noise. You could barely see it. And so I read the wiki page on the author of the Suicide Squad comic books. This dude had been in seminary to become a Jesuit priest. And out of nowhere, he decides to leave seminary to become a comic book author. Really? That's what happened? I said, oh my God, right? I said, that's why Shoo is in this movie. Because nobody knows African tradition and mythology better than the Roman Catholic Church. Don't you know they study you? Don't you know they study you? Don't you know they study you? So here, Shoo, as the opener of the movie, he is the first person you are introduced to in the movie. As the opener of the movie, stating clearly, you may not know it because you don't know nothing about your ancestry. You don't know nothing about your mythology. This white boy, ex-Jesuit priest, said clear as day, Shoo and Jesus are the same entity. So while this assassin, dressed in red and black, as the opener of the way, with the crossroads over his eye, is about to kill some wrongdoer, on his collar, clear as day, it says, I am the way and the light. That's the first person you introduced to. The duality of red and blue, right, is woven so deep into this movie, y'all, goddamn, right? But at the same time, Harley Quinn, who is still alluding to the Harlequin as the Harlequin, which is the court jester. That's her behavior. She always cracking jokes, maniacally, right? That's her thing. She crazy. She's always cracking jokes, even when shit is deadly serious. She always cracking jokes, eyes wide, so she looks crazy. Even as they're torturing her, she's laughing. She looks crazy. Even as they're beating the shit out of her, she's laughing, crazy, right? She is So she is a representation of that kind of maniacal, childlike energy of Shoo. I mean, of a Legba. Okay. Now let me tell you, because there are certain songs, spiritual songs, that you can hear to a Legba, and you'll hear that kind of maniacal laughing in the background. That's his energy. I've heard Orisha songs to Alegba that were actually scary because the laugh sounded so maniacal. In the background. She is Shoo. Her name says that she is Shoo. Her name is Harley Quinn. Okay? And so here she is, the personification of the unity, or the union of red and blue. Those are her colors, ain't it? Her hair is red and blue. All her clothes are always red and blue. What does the union of red and blue always symbolize? The Godhead. The red and blue always symbolizes, at least according to the Bible, the coming together of God's chosen people and the Gentiles. And the representation of this coming together of God's chosen people and the Gentiles is the color purple, which represents the Godhead. The color purple represents the Godhead. Here she is, a representation of the union of red and blue in her outfits, in her presentation, right? And what did I just say? She is Harley Quinn. She's Shoo. Who did I say Shoo was? Shoo is the way and the light. Shoo is Jesus. Shoo is the personification of Jesus guarding the crossroads. It's in plain sight. Jesus is always pictured as residing at the heart, and in his chest is a fiery cross all the time. There's a heart and Jesus is in it, and his heart is illuminated by flames. You feel me? And there's a cross in it. It's in plain sight. You feel me? So she is a representation of both. The unification. Who is responsible for the unification of the red and blue? Is Jesus. That's her. The maniacal aspect of Jesus, right? A shoot, the turn up, the party. Everything's funny to her. Everything's a party to her, right? And it's funny because there's a scene in the movie where she personifies not Jesus, but Judas. There's a part in the movie where she becomes Judas. This shit's so deep, y'all. I could go on and on and on. And I probably have to do a follow-up to that because I've learned more since I did that 3-part breakdown of Suicide Squad. But it is replete, y'all. It is replete. Don't even get me started on the what's the woman name? Viola Davis, her character. Because those three are the most important in the movie. Viola Davis's character and the 4 most important people in the movie. Viola Davis's character, Harley Quinn, Will Smith's character, Deadshot, and the Enchantress. She is the antithesis, right? Amanda Waller. That's right. That was her name. Amanda Waller. So those are the 4 main characters. That shit is deep. So that was a long way because it's like my hype. Like that movie like broke something wide open in me. But when these 3 young people today started talking about, oh, look, they all got on red and blue as a representation of the coming or the unity between the Crips and the Bloods. But it was released on July 4th. So not only, the symbolism of the unity of the Crips and Bloods, but also the symbolism of the unity of America, red, white, and blue. I said, oh, fuck. I'm going to have to do another series on the red and blue, right? Even this culture that, dominated American society for a long time, so-called gang violence based on this duality of the red and blue, and how they represented different aspects of the origin of this colonial society, and to consecrate the validity of these organizations, the Crips and Bloods. What did they have to do? They had to conduct ritual. Yeah, they did. You heard stories all throughout the 80s and the 90s of the kind of ceremonies that had to take place before your entry into the organization. Rapes, gang rapes, murder, you got to rob somebody. They had structured, organized rituals. These were offerings to these colors and what they represent. And I am willing to bet money. I don't have no evidence of it, don't know the background of it, but I'm willing to bet money. I am willing to bet money that the origin of these organizations is some actual paid agent of the state. My bet is that if you go back and research the beginning of these institutions, the Crips and the Bloods, that it was a paid agent of the state that orchestrated, that created, founded these organizations. I'm willing to bet money. And so they talking about, yeah, that's cool. You feel me? Because that shirt, it represents the union or the unity between the Crips and the Bloods. But it also, because it dropped on 4th of July, it represents the unity of America and shit. I was like, this is some shit I'm about to have to get into. Because I did that duality of the red and blue a year ago, last summer. Because I saw the writing on the wall. I saw that this year y'all was going to be caught up in emotions, in the fucking sea of emotions that these motherfuckers done orchestrated to get you to pile in a single file line into these goddamn voting boxes. Like it's actually about to do some shit. You feel me? I saw it. And I was like, y'all need to know the origins of this shit. Y'all need to know how every day of your life spells are being cast on you. Every day, from the day you stick your head out the womb to the day you are planted in the dirt until you create institutions of dual and contending power, spells are being cast on you every day. Every day, and they are that subtle. I watched that movie scores of times as a political activist, as a historical analyst. You understand me? As a spiritual woman in the tradition up until that point, 10 years. But it wasn't until something drew my attention to this particular thing on this particular day. That's how the mother do that. The mother do that. Because to this day, I still haven't done that breakdown of the Matrix. I got so sidetracked on the red and the blue. I still haven't done the Matrix review yet, which I'm still working on, right? But that's how the mother speaks to you. That's how the mother shows up in your life. What did I say? You have to pay attention to the seemingly mundane. You have to see the supremacy of the small in order to hear her, in order to hear what it is she is trying to tell you amidst the noise. Honey, she is, oh, let me tell you what happened yesterday on that new moon. I went out for a walk. I haven't been walking a lot. I didn't gain weight up in here. I'm like, you know what? Let me take my ass out somewhere and move some blood. You feel me? Let me go for a walk. I walk to the gym. The gym is like 4 or 5 blocks from my house. The way that I usually go, I didn't go for some reason. I didn't even think about it. I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna go a different way today. And when I went that way, seeing the supremacy in the small, seeing message in the mundane, I walked a different direction. It ain't but 4 blocks. It ain't a big decision. But I had never walked this direction to go to the gym. I always walked the back way. On this day, on this new moon, I decided to go to a different direction and found on the sidewalk, like on the street, off the sidewalk, crossing the street, 3 playing cards on the ground. Now, they were close to each other, but I had to walk to get them. Each one, I had to walk to pick it up. Like they'd been just thrown out the window or something. 3 playing cards on the ground as I'm crossing the street. I was like, oh shit, playing card. Just 3 playing cards. I said, you know what? Let me just pick them up and put them in my pocket. I'll just say that this is my reading for the day. This is my reading for the day. I found 3 playing cards on the street, taking a different direction than I've ever taken to walk to the gym that ain't but a few blocks from my house. I found 3 playing cards. How many people will have stopped on a walk for playing cards to see a message in the mundane? To see a message in the mundane. To see the supremacy of the small. To pay attention to details that others would deliberately overlook. Oh, that's what's up. The Trap Witch says, EME brought me to your videos through Google search to the new moon video. They be knowing. Okay, come on in the room. You feel me? And so I'll tell y'all, I haven't even read the cards yet. I just picked them up, but I was like, damn, this is dope. What is it? Cardology or cardomancy is not really my thing. But in an instant, I was like, you know what? Let me pick these up. There's going to be something here for me today. 7 of Hearts, 7 of Spades, and a King of Hearts. They sound like good cards to me. You feel me? Anybody know anything about cardomancy? You can tell me now. Otherwise, I have to tell y'all later what the reading reveals. But the reason I brought the cards up is, again, that's how I move through life, is that there's always something waiting for me. I used to have a meditation when I first moved here, because the first year I got to California, child, that shit was off the chain. I'm telling you, off the chain. It was my meditation, because it was happening all the time anyway, was I'm leaving the house expecting magic. I'm walking out into the world expecting magic. That was what I said every day. I walk out in the world expecting magic, because that shit was, the first year I was here, y'all, was off the chart. The first time I ever stepped a big toe in the Pacific Ocean, the very first day I ever got into the water out here, was on my birthday in 2018. 2018, My first birthday in California, I said, today I'm going to go get in the water. I ain't never been in the Pacific Ocean. Went and got in the water at 6 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to go when there wasn't a lot of people. Went and got in the water on my birthday, 2018. And the water was treacherous. The waves were treacherous. The rocks on my feet were shredding my feet. I was in the water maybe 5 minutes. I was like, okay, I had that experience. Mark that off the list. I'd have been to the Pacific Ocean. As I'm walking out of the water at 6 o'clock in the morning, I find a message in the bottle. I see the message in the bottle as it slams against the rocks, and the letter comes out. And I grab the letter and spread it out on my dashboard so it could sun dry. That happened the first time I ever got into the water out here. I found a message in the bottle. 2 letters in the same bottle. It was 2 letters by a couple who were parting ways. The girl was moving to New York to pursue a career on Broadway, and the dude had decided to stay in California. They love each other, but they knew a long distance relationship wasn't going to work. And so they were parting ways with great love and great admiration. And in the letter, if there's something you've always wanted to do, talking about to the letter holder, if you found it, it was for you. And if there's something you've always wanted to do and never done it, do it today. Life is short. Make it magical. I still have that letter in my grimoire. The first time I ever got in the ocean. It was shit like that, like big shit like that all the time. The whole first year I was here, I was like, God damn, this shit is amazing. California is amazing. Like, this shit is magical. You understand? But you have to be open to magic. Magic is always around. Always, always. And it is around in abundance. The problem is miracles are always around. You are always surrounded by miracles. And they're always abundant. The problem is you have to be open to magic. You have to be open to miracles. And the great majority of human beings are not open to magic, and they're not open to miracles. My mom said to me once, she was like, girl, me and Emmanuel always look at your life in amazement. We're like, how does she do that? Like, is there anywhere this girl don't know somebody? Like, and the people that she know just always are just show up and are generous and are interesting. And all. She's like, we just look at your life in amazement. I said, why? She's like, girl, because I ain't never seen nothing like it. I said, but the problem is I understand why it happens. She said, what do you mean? I said, Mama, miracles come from people. Miracles come from people. Magic comes from people. And if you are staying in your home by yourself, and you and your husband don't go nowhere and don't meet new people and do not extend your reach to humans, where you expect magic is coming from? Where you expect miracles are coming from? Are miracles going to come and knock on your door that you never leave? Is magic going to show itself to you when you never leave the confines of your 4 walls? You haven't met a new human, somebody you didn't know the day before. You haven't met a new human in 20 years. I said, my life is surrounded by magic and miracles because I make it my business to meet somebody new every day, every single day. I make it my business to extend myself to the unfamiliar. I make it my business. You understand? Miracles are made through humans. Magic is made through humans. I said, if I need money, you feel me? And I say, damn, I sure could use a $20 bill. You feel me? And I ain't got a $20 bill. And I leave the house and I find a $20 bill on the ground. I'm like, damn, that's a miracle, right? No, a human made that miracle possible. Somebody had to drop that $20 bill for me to find that $20 bill. Humans are the reason miracles happen on earth. Somebody had to drop that $20 bill for me to find that $20 bill. You understand what I'm saying? But if you don't even leave your house and you say you need $20 and you ain't even left your front door, you gonna find that $20 bill that somebody dropped for you? Somebody dropped that $20 bill for you. That was how spirit intervenes through us to make sure that miracles and magic exists on earth. Somebody dropped that $20 bill. Spirit ensured that happened. Spirit in flesh just facilitated that process. But if you don't even leave, even if you're in need and you don't leave your house to fulfill that, to do whatever, that need can't be filled. You can't find that $20 bill if you ain't left your house. You know what I'm saying? I say I'm surrounded by magic because this is how I've lived. I've lived like accepting the potential majesty in every moment. I used to walk out of my house saying, I'm leaving the house expecting magic. That's how often insanely amazing shit was happening when I first got to LA. Miracles still happen. Magic still happens. Not as frequently because, you know, I got sidetracked for a little while. Life started lifing. You understand? You start backsliding to old ideas and programming. So the magic slowed a lot for a while. You feel me? But now, I've been in the process for some time now to regain the original unbelievable majesty that I experienced in every moment the first year I got to California. That shit was incredible, y'all. Incredible. All the time incredible. You feel me? And so what did I get? How did I get on that? Oh, seeing the majesty in the mundane, seeing the message in the mundane, seeing the supremacy in the small, seeing the supremacy in the small. So though I had watched that movie 10 million times, it wasn't until the mother drew my attention to this very seemingly small thing. Oh, well, let me learn about the history of the duality of the red and blue. That sent me on an 8-hour wormhole. Then the next day, the next movie I watch, the evidence of what the research the day before provided was replete through this movie. So much so, what's her name? This is the last thing I'm gonna say about it. Then I'm gonna let y'all go. What's her name? Harley Quinn. Remember, she was a psychologist, brilliant, smart woman, right? And she falls in love with the Joker, who is also a personification of a Shoo, y'all. She is a legba, he is a Shoo. She is the childlike, funny, childlike version, excess version of this duality of a legba and a Shoo. She's the ha funny, she's the jokester, la 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 la. The Joker is the Punisher. He's the more serious aspect. He still has that crazy ha fake laugh all the time, but he is the Punisher. He is the assassin, right? They, in partnership, represent two halves of the same entity. Sound familiar? The red party and the blue party presenting outwardly to betray you in two different personifications, but they are one. They are the union of red and blue. The red party and the blue party, the elephant and the ass, that represent the foretelling of the coming of the one that would unite them, and he would be the Godhead represented as purple. This is the red and blue party. And you have to know it's not just symbolic. It is politically strategic. These displays, these performances, these shows that they put on for you in debates and all of this shit, right? Trump is the comical, funny aspect, right? But he's funny, but he's like the Joker. He's that aspect. He's a Shoo. Yes, he is buffoonish. He cracks jokes, but he is outwardly dangerous. He is outwardly like that rigid, punishing aspect. That's Trump. Biden is the seemingly, gentle aspect. He's poor Biden. He's just old. Y'all don't see him as funny. Y'all don't see him as a threat. He's just old. It's almost sad how senile he is. When I talk to y'all about how both Trump and Biden, but in different ways, both of them are the personification. Both of them are the poster children for weaponized incompetence, strategic weaponized incompetence, feigning stupid, feigning, oh, he's just ignorant because he's a white nationalist, feigning ignorance, feigning stupid, feigning senile, feigning. senile, weaponized, and strategic incompetence. And what does it do? According to psychological definition of weaponized and strategic incompetence, it neutralizes the victim. So much so that it ends up winning the victim that strategic and weaponized competence is targeting towards. It ends up creating more work for them, causing further exploitation. That's the psychological definition, by the way. The target of strategic and weaponized incompetence is further exploited, is neutralized, has more work and labor to do because they're compensating for the seeming ignorance, stupidity, lack of intelligence of the very strategic, deliberate, weaponized incompetence. And tell me I'm wrong, because y'all been watching all these videos of all these men being exposed for admitting I deliberately break dishes every time my wife asks me to wash dishes, so she don't ask me to do it no more. She gets so mad about me breaking the dishes that I don't have to wash the dishes for 2 or 3 weeks until she tells me to do it again. Then I do the same thing, break the dish, so she get mad and I don't have to wash the dishes. Or I deliberately put bleach in colored clothes, so I'm willing to destroy our entire wardrobe so she don't ask me to wash clothes no more. She don't ask me to pull my weight in our partnership. They aren't stupid. And then we as women fall victim to it, and we say stupid shit like, oh, men are just stupid. Men are not smart. It's that kind of thinking that has had us pulling more than our weight, doing more work than we should have to do, getting frustrated and saying, fuck it, I'll do it myself. I heard another one about this guy. Their child was 5 years old. She said, up until this day, I'd never asked him to take our son to the doctor. But I couldn't do it. I had to be at work. So I asked my husband to take our 5-year-old son to the doctor for a checkup. He wasn't even sick, for a checkup. And he called me on the phone and said, put me on the speakerphone and was like, you know, the doctor has some questions that I don't know how to answer about our son. And the questions were stupid as shit. When the doctor asked, you know, well, what kind of food do you feed your son? He was like, I don't know, pizza and French fries. And she said, I was humiliated because he acted stupid in front of this doctor. Like he didn't know nothing about his son. Like I don't cook every day. Like he don't know what we eat in the house. But he gonna do this shit in front of this goddamn doctor who I see every 3 months or so for our child's checkup. Like, girl, you married to an idiot. No. And she said, it wasn't until I started seeing these videos about strategic and weaponized incompetence that I realized that he was not stupid, that he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to take our child to the doctor. The only time I've ever asked him in 5 years. No. So in order to prevent me, because I was so mad, I was so disgusted, in order to prevent me from asking him again, he had to humiliate me, humiliate himself in front of this damn doctor, and feign ignorance to guarantee that I wouldn't ask him to take our baby to the doctor again. She said, all this time, I thought he was just really genuinely like oblivious. No, he was smart. He was strategic. And he used that to weaponize and feign ignorance. That's what he did. And y'all can see it when it's psychological narcissism and shit, but you can't see it when your government is the narcissist. You cannot see it when the government is employing strategies, techniques of strategic and weaponized incompetence to neutralize you, to prevent you from fighting back. That's what it says, to neutralize you, to prevent you from fighting back. To one of the other outcomes is that it makes you do more work than you would normally do. And it makes you take responsibility for the person who is employing these strategies against you. You take responsibility. You say, fuck it. You don't know how to do it. I'll do it myself. You take responsibility. You take on the responsibility yourself for what they are supposed to do. That's what it does. You understand? And in this duality of the red and blue that has apparently a 6,000 year history of influence on the consciousness of human beings, we are living in this period where it's hidden in plain sight, so in your face, and at the same time, so well hidden. I had seen this movie so many times, I could probably recite the whole movie. And it wasn't until this day that my mother spoke through the abyss of noise to say the red and blue is where you need to start, baby. That's where you need to start. And I'm going to make sure that you follow through. So the next day when you think you're about to relax and just watch some bullshit on the TV, I'm going to show you where it's at, hidden in plain sight. There is a scene in the movie where this duality represented by the red and blue, this duality of Harley Quinn as both and the Joker as both, and then them as a couple as the one. And Harley Quinn then sacrificed her career, her potential freedom, and now she is going to sacrifice her life to prove allegiance to God the Father. Now, why did I say prove allegiance to God the Father? Because they both represent Jesus. They both represent a Shoo. They both represent this duality of the red and blue. They both do, in different ways, different aspects of this duality of red and blue, of Jesus, right? But what does the Bible say? That God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit are one. Isn't that what the Bible says? The Bible says that God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit are one. What did we learn in the church? That one means it is a triune being. That God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, that we call the Trinity. What does it mean to say that they're one when they're obviously three? They are a triune being. They are three personifications of the one. That's what the Bible says. Feel me? You understand? The two that come together to make the one Godhead that represents the three. Nah. So they in this scene where she done sided with the Joker. She done freed him from the psychiatric institution. You feel me? And they end up in this warehouse. Now, the Joker is a piece of shit. You feel me? He is a stereotypical narcissist. And so narcissists don't care about anybody. So when they go up, she done did all the things. He was like, look, I need 15 machine guns. And she's like, okay, I got you. And they break out, right? And they end up in this warehouse above these giant vats of neon green gunk, like toxic waste, down below them. They way up, and they down looking at all these big old giant vats of neon green slime. You feel me? And he's saying, I don't really know that you about that life. I don't really know. You got to prove it, because you can say what you said. Yeah, you got me out. You rescued me. You broke me out of the prison and everything. I don't know, though. You got to say what you're willing to do. She is like, I'll do anything. Tell me what to do. I'll do anything to prove my loyalty. He said, okay. He said, take a dive. And without hesitation, in the Jesus Christ pose, yes, she did. She put her hands out in the Jesus Christ pose and fell backwards into the vat of neon green gunk. I never saw anything other than the neon green gunk until this day. She takes the Jesus Christ pose, falls backwards with a smile on her face, making this sacrifice of herself to the one, to the other half of herself, right? She goes in, she sinks all the way to the bottom. When she falls into the water, I never saw this until this day. When she falls into the water and you see, or the gunk, and you see the gunk swirling as she done dived in. The swirls, listen, y'all, the swirls where she done fell in are red. The swirls where she done fell in are red. He walks off like he gonna leave her, like, stupid bitch. I didn't think she was really gonna do it. Then he stops and turns around. He was like, no, you know what? That's some gangster shit. That's a ride or die right there. Let me go and get this girl. She at the bottom of a goddamn vat of toxic waste. In this discussion, she is herself. She is the psychiatrist. She has her glasses on. She is well dressed. She has on her suit. She is who she, even though she done flipped the script, rescued him out of the prison, she didn't fell in love with him, but she's still in this scene in her clothes, in her professional clothes, you see. He jumps into the vat behind her, dives face forward in, grabs her, comes up to the surface. They come out when he dives in. When he dives in, mind you, when she dived in, the swirls in this neon green vat were red. She didn't have on no red clothes. Her hair wasn't red. But when she dived into that water, red swirls, red swirls. I was like, how the fuck did I never see that? When he dives in after her, the swirls that he produces are blue. Or it might be the other way around. But he produces the opposing in neon green shit, blue. And the screen shows as if the camera is in the gook with them. So it shows him grabbing her up and him carrying her up to the surface. And she's dead. She done died in the neon green shit. She died in the neon green shit. Because he has to resuscitate her when they get to the surface. But when they heads re-break the surface, there's red and blue on the outer swirls, and the inner swirls directly around them are purple. Y'all, I'm telling you, can't make this shit up. In neon green shit, one dives in, swirls are red. The other dives in to rescue, the swirls are blue. When they come together as one, as the representation that could only occur after death and resurrection, she died and was resurrected. We call it resuscitated. She died. It was only through death and resurrection that they come up, and the swirls around them are now purple. Once breath is brought back into her. That happened. When I tell you, you are being spell cast on every motherfucking day. How I watched that movie 1,000 times and never once saw that. The information had to be uncovered in the research before I could see. The research had to happen before I could see. And that in the seeing, understand what was being communicated. And those communications are only for a certain few. See, there are two messages happening every time we watch a movie. There is one that is targeting the elite, the owners, the rulers. There is a message that they receive. And at the same time that they receive that message, that they understand and they have the language to receive, the language in images, the language is in actual language, the language is in symbols. While they are communicating to the elite, to the rulers, to those that govern, to those that are in positions of power, to those that even just have privilege within the society, one thing is being communicated. To the rest of us, something else is being communicated. And in those two simultaneous messages is a fortification of what is. Fortifying in all of our consciousness the right to rule and govern and dominate and exploit, and the justness and the rightness and the fittingness of our condition as the governed, as the ruled, as the exploited. Two messages every time. One for those that rule, one for those that are ruled, one for those that are wealthy, one for those that produce all wealth. Child, that's what happened in that motherfucking movie. In that scene, they became the personification of the Godhead, the two that were separated, and through the birth, death, and resurrection, holy shit, between the birth, death, and resurrection, because not only did she die, oh, God damn it, hold on. Woo! Oh. Oh my God. Because not only did she die through ritual sacrifice in that ceremony that they performed, there was two things happening in that moment. The simultaneous sacrificial death of her old self and the simultaneous inception and birth of her new self as a part of the one. The simultaneous death sacrificial death of her old self and the birth of her new self. That happened at the same time. And in this birth of her new self and sacrificing herself, they become one. They become the personification of the Godhead. They become the personification of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. There was so much more in that movie, y'all. So much more in that movie. Because I ain't even talked to y'all in this duality about the red and blue, about goddamn the Enchantress. The Enchantress was the one up in there. You feel me? Anyway, so they mentioned that in the I keep going back to this movie. I mean, to this video today. And then the last thing, and I'm not gonna go as deep into it as I did the red and blue, but the last thing was like I say, Drake is so far out off my radar. I didn't know nothing culturally about him. So it wasn't until this documentary that dropped on the 4th that I knew anything even about like his, like his emblem or anything like that. Like the OVO, I didn't know nothing about that. You feel me? I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know where it came from. I didn't know, this boy was so far off my radar. I didn't know what none of that was. Right. And so it wasn't until I saw this first commentator and his two sisters when they were talking about the emblem OVO, because at the end of the Drake song they say OVO, OVO, and Drake and Kendrick puts this owl in a cage, right? Puts this owl in a cage, and they start talking about the symbolism of the owl. So apparently this OVO for Drake is the owl is his logo. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, he off my radar, so I didn't know. So this might not be news to none of y'all. It was news to me. And so on his clothes and on his brand and on his website is the word OVO, but it's written like this to represent an owl, 2 owl eyes and the little beak, right? So that's the OVO for the brand, OVO sound, right? And when they talked about the one of the girls, though, the girls was sharp. One of the young girls was like, so they were like, damn, I didn't know that we was going to, the brother said, I didn't know we was going to be on here talking about the symbolism of him putting the owl in the cage being a metaphor for Drake being put in jail for the pedophilia stuff, right? That's what he said. He said, I didn't know that this was going to be a metaphor of, him, Kendrick, putting the owl in a cage and this being a metaphor for Drake being put in prison. And the girl, one of the girls said, well, it makes sense since the owl is a predator. Oh my God. Y'all. She said it makes sense since the owl is a predator. Since the owl is a predator bird. I said, God damn, right? Then one of the people, because this was a live, and so one of the commenters on the live, there was a scene in the video where these 4 brothers are dancing in this yard full of shipping containers, right? So some of the shipping containers are open. They dancing in front of the shipping containers. They doing, the crip walk. And they dancing in the shipping containers and all of that. And people were like, well, damn, what's the shipping containers about? Like people was like, damn, I don't get it. One of the people that made a comment in the messages, child, said, yes, shipping containers are the primary method of child trafficking. They were like, oh, this got dark real quick. That's what they said. They said this got dark real quick. The commenter said, yeah, it's one of the primary methods of child trafficking, shipping containers. They be keeping people in shipping containers. I said, God damn, the multiplicity of shots fired at this dude. Vicious, right? And then, and so I was like, so with the 2 interventions by the commenter and the 2 young girls, and I love owls. Y'all know that. The owls are the mother's animals. So any bad rap that the owls get, is because of patriarchy. The containers were white to represent purity and innocence. Damn. The owl of Athena, the owl of Minerva has been a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, blah, blah. Yep, we know all that. We know that the owl is great and sacred and wonderful. And there's a multiplicity of deities, both male and female, that are represented by the wisdom of the owl. The owl has received its negative imagery as a consequence of occult practices. In particular, you know, like we all, like when people get into conspiracy theories, they talk about like, what's that place called? Damn. What's wrong with me? Starts with a B. Fuck. I should have wrote it down. Anyway, oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I don't know what's wrong about. Maybe I ain't drinking enough water today. I haven't eaten breakfast yet either. But anyway, it's the Grove, the Grove place that all the elite go to meet. The Bohemian Grove. Thank you so much. The Bohemian Grove. Like they have a big giant owl edifice, and supposedly they be out there making sacrifices to the owl or whatever. And this is an alluding to the to Moloch, the old bull-headed Canaanite deity that was known as the child eater, right? So and so I did this. I googled, you know, the owl symbolism and occult and the occult or whatever, and they were showing all these new cultural spaces where the owl symbolism is showing up, and it's always alluding to this energy of like the fuck, what is wrong with my brain? The conspiracies around, especially aggressions against children in the worship of Moloch, this ancient Canaanite bull-headed deity, also known as the child eater, right? And so I was like, let me find out more about Moloch. And so Moloch, there was one story I read that Moloch was a Canaanite deity. Do y'all know who the Canaanites are? Do y'all know historically who the Canaanites are? Anybody? Does anybody know who today are the ancient Canaanites? Anybody? Hey, no ma'am, get your claws off of that. Hey, girl, where my water bottle at? Hold on. Get your little nearer behind down. Go on about your life. You doing too much. I bought this expensive ass, ergonomically correct computer chair, child, and it's got 10,000 claw marks in it. Chair brand new. I came home one day and there was like 10,000 claw marks. Now they done decided to make my chair they scratching post. Go on about your life, girl. Go on now, because you're doing too much. But anyway, the Canaanites. Stop. No, go on about your life. You're doing too much. The Canaanites are no, Africans were not Canaanites. The Canaanites, the descendants of Canaanites, are people who today call themselves Jews, Hebrews. Yep. That's according to the scripture, by the way. Like I said, I grew up reading the Bible. The ancient Canaanites, before they became Levites, Levitical Jews, they were Canaanites. They were goddess worshiping Canaanites. Before they became Levitical Jews, yep, they were Canaanites. Yes, they were. And so the god Moloch, and one of the websites that I read today even said it. The god Moloch is the original source of what would become Yahweh in the Hebrew Bible. That's what this website said. What was the name of the website? It was traditioninaction.com. Tradition in action, according to traditioninaction.com, Moloch is the ancient deity that would become the Yahweh of the Hebrew Bible. That's what it said. And so it makes sense to me. That all of Drake's symbolism is centered around the owl, right? All of it. I was looking through. I was like, damn, I didn't even know it was that deep. That's, y'all see the thumbnail that I posted, right? And how he moves in space with minors. It would make sense to me, just this little 15 minutes of research that I did in preparation for this live, that that this would be the symbol. And without a frame of reference, without a historical understanding of language, you think, oh, it's cool. He got a thing for owls. No. Drake is a Jew. Drake is Jewish. And not like, you know, by proximity. Drake was raised Jewish. Drake was raised Jewish, had a Jewish Orthodox circumcision. This ain't my opinion. That's what he said. And had a bar mitzvah. His mother is Jewish. He is Jewish. Yeah, he Jewish. What you mean? Not all Hollywood is about that. It's about what? Most Hollywood. The deity, the comment by Nikki, most Hollywood deities pay homage to Yah, Saturn, or Satan. And so even this comment that Nikki just made, we have to be careful, because the symbols that we are shown, we have to be careful, because the symbols that we are shown, just like the movies that we are shown, just like the music that we are given, the symbols that we are shown are meant to communicate to two different groups of people. The symbols that we are shown are meant to communicate something to two different groups of people. That's true. Because she's saying most Hollywood deities pay homage to Yah, Saturn, or Satan. And we've been hearing all these conspiracy theories about like how Saturn's energy is representative of Satan, and there's all these conspiracy theories about that. But I just told y'all a couple of days ago how Saturn, Capricorn, was in the patriarchal process, early in the patriarchal process, was what's the word I'm looking for? Was co-opted. Saturn was co-opted. That in pre-patriarchal society, Saturn, the sixth planet, right? Saturn was actually considered a female crone deity. A female crone deity that governed time. A female crone deity that governed time. So when you understand the history, so again, why would that be important about what Nikki just said? We still get triggered when we hear the word Satan. We still get triggered when we hear the word devil. But Satan, the image of Satan, the mythology of Satan, was crystal clear. Whenever you hear somebody talking about Satan, whenever you hear somebody talking about the devil, they're talking about the female principle. They're talking about the mother. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Remember that song Kanye West did with Jay-Z called, what was the name of it? Lucifer, God of the Morning. Lucifer, God of the Morning. That's the name of it. Lucifer. By Kanye West. That was the hook that he created. Lucifer, God of the Morning, and then Jay-Z, do his thing over it, right? But who is Lucifer? The God of the Morning. Anybody know? Lucifer, the God of the Morning, is Venus. Lucifer, the God of the Morning, the great illuminator, the God of light. Huh? Lucifer is the star, is the planet Venus. And so whenever the Bible talks about anything to do with the serpent, the serpent the Leviathan, Satan, the devil. They are talking about the female principle. They're talking about the mother that they had just subsequently subdued in the prior age. It was in the age of Gemini, the last air sign. It was in the air of Gemini that preceded the beginning of the Bible. The Bible starts in the age of air, in the age of Taurus. The Genesis, which Christians still believe is the beginning of the earth. The Genesis starts in the age of Taurus. The age prior to Taurus is the age of Gemini, the last time we were in an air sign. The Bible is an astrological catalog of the detailing of the sun's transition through the age of Taurus, the age of Aries, and the age of Pisces, and foretelling our transition into the age of Aquarius, which is the Revelations. The book of Revelations is a foretelling of the sun's transition into the age of Aquarius. That's why it's written like a horror story, because in the minds of the people who drafted the Bible, who had been living in male-dominated signs for the last 7,500 years, Taurus, Aries, and Pisces, right? For them who had been in power for so long and had maintained power for so long with the concretization of patriarchy in the world, another air sign, and they think about the air sign that they, just conveniently left out, right? The Bible starts in the age of Taurus. Why didn't they put the age of Gemini? Why didn't they start with the age of Gemini? Because the goddess worshiping societies were still prevalent throughout the world. Goddess worshiping societies were still prevalent throughout the world in the age of Gemini. And so for them, and Gemini also is governed by, and Gemini is also governed by Mercury, right? And so here you have these people who are looking ahead because they are astrologers and they're astronomers, right? And they're grafting this Bible and this book, this operational manual, and they say, okay, well, look, there's a period based on what the stars say where the divine feminine has the ability to reemerge, to regain dominion over what we have created. That's why the Revelation looks like a horror story. That's why the book of Revelation looked like a horror story, because the scariest thing in the world for men who have lived in a creation where they have been able to maintain unchallenged, boundless power, the scariest thing to them is for the power of women to emerge, for the mother to reemerge. That's why the Revelation is written like a horror story. It's written as a horror story because it is literally predicting, based on their understanding of what another air sign age is going to produce. Here they is. The last air sign age was the age of Gemini, and these bitches was running everything. They still had full respect and adoration in human society. Motherfuckers was building pyramids and shit in the age of Gemini. You feel me? Women still had power. Women was Amazons fighting wars and shit. You feel? Women had power. That's why they started the book. It was after this on the decline of the age of the mother. That's when they started the book, right? And then they say, well, damn, when is there going to be another air sign? Because the air sign, that should be real radical. You feel me? That should be real explosive, real radical. You feel me? And based on what these astrological predications, is it predictions that astrologers are making? It's not. It's mathematical calculations of probabilities based on patterns, based on what's the other word I'm looking for? Based on patterns, based on echoes of historical events. They're making these quote predictions not out of thin air and ambiguity. They're making these predictions out of mathematical and scientific observation. And the predictions are probabilities. That's what they are. The predictions, what you call predictions, are probabilities based on an understanding of the past patterns, past echoes, that correspond with these astronomical, scientifically calculated astronomical occurrences. That's all. And so when Constantine called the Council of Nicaea and was like, look, this is what Christianity is now. I'm going to say, as the chief Christian, what Christianity is, all these writings from these spiritual people and shit and these sibyls and all of this shit, we gonna use that because we ain't got a leg to stand on. We ain't smart enough to come up with this shit. We gonna make a few, adjustments, gonna pull some shit out, add a little shit in. This is gonna become our full-time operational manual that helps us to maintain hegemony over the world and use spirituality as the weapon that we use to maintain hegemony in the world. But we have to prepare to attempt to, if we can, get in front of what these stars and planets are attempting to tell us about this coming age. The next time the sun goes round into the new age at the spring equinox in 2,500 years, you feel me? And we enter into another air sign, and these bitches might have a chance. Like all the shit we done put in place based on the signs, if we don't have our shit well organized and well orchestrated, these bitches have a chance. These bitches have a chance to destroy everything that we have created because the stars say so. In mathematical and scientifically observed probabilities, the stars say these bitches got a chance. They got a chance to undo this shit. In this next sign coming up, these bitches got a chance. Like they can really take this shit. So we have to be prepared. How can we get the fuck up in front of this? Well, we'll turn this last book that we put into the Bible. We'll say that this is the beginning of the end. Feel me? We're going to say that's why no other chapter in the Bible, no other chapter in the entire Bible tells stories of monsters. This is like the most gruesome horror story. There's been 1,000, 10,000 fucking end of the world scenario movies using just the revelation. It's a horror story. Talking about monsters coming up out the sea and beasts with 7 heads and, raining blood and the moon turned into blood and, what I'm saying? And all the fish would die in the water and shit and the water would turn to blood. There ain't that many, there's other stories kind of similar, but nothing as striking. Nothing even close to as striking as the revelation. You understand? The great whore of Babylon, who drinks from the goblet of iniquities, the blood of the saints. Why is the revelation a horror story? If the book itself, if the whole book is an operational manual teaching the descendants of those who defeated the mother how to create, implement, and maintain hegemony. That's what it is. The book is an operational manual. Yes, it's based on astrology, but don't get it twisted about what it's for. It is an operational manual for the establishment and the maintenance of empire. That's what it is. And so if the book is a astrologically based operational manual on the establishment and preservation of empire, then this would explain why something coming thousands of years after they died, they wrote this shit thousands of years ago. After they died, they wrote this book. I'm talking about Book of Revelations as a horror story about the possibility and probability based on astronomical and astrological observation, taking those probabilities based on their understanding of past events, saying that in this air sign age, there is a probability astrologically and astronomically. There is a probability in this age of Aquarius, these bitches might take this shit. They might actually have the ability to deconstruct everything that we have erected in the name of a Father God. These motherfuckers may have a chance. And so we have to make this shit as scary and undesirable as possible. We have to cast spells on the consciousness of generations to come, to have this future that we have predicted, the most terrifying thing that they can imagine, and have them work against its entry. We have to ensure that this story of the future is so terrifying that they fear the future in every aspect of life. They fear the future. They do not see hope anywhere in the future. They do not see possibility. They do not see anything but tribulation and antichrists and demons coming from everywhere, from the sky and from the sea and from the land. And they got 10 heads and 10 claws and shit. And a great giant bloodthirsty whore who comes from the ocean and rides the back of one of these great and mighty beasts. And for her pleasure, she has a great golden goblet covered in precious stones, filled with the blood of the saints. And she basks in the glory of the murder of the sacred saints and drinks from the goblet their blood. What a hell of a fucking story. What a terrible story. I grew up hearing that story from little childhood. Imagine hearing a horror story like that at 3, 4, 5 years old and being told that what you are reading is going to happen verbatim. Not that this like might be, analogous to something. Nope. This is how it's actually going to happen. Something going to come out the earth. An angel gonna come with a giant trumpet, and he gonna blow the trumpet, and at the same time, everybody on earth gonna hear the trumpet at the same time. And first, those for the last 2,000 years, those who are dead in Christ, gonna come up out the ground in real time and march to heaven. And upon the second trumpet, all of those who are alive, and there will be 2 women in the field, and in the twinkling of an eye, one will be left behind, the rapture. You feel me? And you being told as a baby, as your foundational understanding of what is to come, that there's going to be a period in time where millions of people are going to disappear in the twinkling of an eye. And you better hope that because only those who hear the trumpet will go. You better hope you hear the trumpet. You better hope that you have been chosen. So you can go, you can be rescued and go up into the sky with Jesus, alive. Go up into the sky with Jesus, because as soon as his church is called up from the earth, the identity of the Antichrist will be revealed, and it will be the beginning of 7 years of tribulation, of the worst crimes and suffering and decadence humans can imagine in this 7-year tribulation. And you will have to endure the tribulation if you are left behind. But Jesus loves you so much, he still, even during the tribulation, is going to give you the opportunity to get your life right with the Lord. And if you can survive the tribulation and get your life right with the Lord, then after the 7 years of tribulation, Jesus will come back down out the sky to reign on earth for 1,000 years. This is what you got to look forward to. So any day of the week, you will hear preachers preaching that the genocide that we are seeing in the Middle East, it should be welcomed, that we should be happy and excited and thankful to the Lord to be alive to witness the coming of Jesus, because this genocide happening in the Middle East is a sign of the times, that the kingdoms of men in those last days would rise against Israel. The kingdoms of the world in one voice would rise against Israel and attack Israel from all sides. Do you understand? And once that great day comes, we know that the Lord is close behind. And so all these preachers teaching, they're ignorant. And I'm not talking about ignorance in some terrible way. They're ignorant. They're terrified into ignorance. Since childhood, I've been hearing these stories since I was a baby. Terrified into ignorance. Terrified by the most horrible story imaginable in human history. And Christianity, it still represents the largest body of worshipers on earth. Those of you who are tuning in from IG, you're going to have to tune in from YouTube or Facebook or Twitch, because my live feed, they're about to cut it off in 20 seconds. So on YouTube, it's at DaughterOfTheFates, at DaughterOfTheFates on YouTube. Tune in there or tune in through Facebook. But this is about to shut off and I'm not going to restart it. So all these preachers preaching over and over and over and over and over again these diabolical stories of this most terrifying and inevitable end. 90% of the cults that have existed in the last 100 years use this, just the revelation, not even the Bible, just the revelation, as their foundational literature for the birth of their cult, to terrify people into submission, to terrorize people into complicity with the most gruesome crimes in human history, to terrorize what would be otherwise good human beings into complicitly accepting genocide as something that should be welcomed as a sign of the times, as a sign of the Lord's return to earth. And so, yes, terrible what's happening to these babies, but God did say it was going to happen. So, I mean, what you going to do? What can we do? We can't fight against it. We can't stand against Israel. This God's chosen people. The Bible say that in the last days, I mean, it didn't say that Israel was going to do some fucked up shit for the world to rise up against it. It just said that the kingdoms of the world will rise against Israel. That's what the Bible said. You feel me? And since the Bible said it, who am I to buck that? If I want to be called up into heaven when I hear the sound of the trumpet, I can't stand against that. I can't do that. And just like you saying that right now, good black Christians, good red Christians, good brown Christians, good yellow Christians, good white Christians saying it was in the Bible a long time ago. This is an inevitable future, and I want to be called up with the Lord when he returns. And so because it was in the Bible and because God said so through his divinely ordained prophets, I can't buck the system. No matter how terrible that shit look over there, I can't buck the system. And while you good colored Christians, while you good white poor Christians are accepting that madness, accepting complicity in murder and mass murder, you can turn around and complain about colonization. You can turn around and complain about slavery, about chattel slavery in the South, and how nobody came to y'all defense, how nobody came to rescue y'all, how could good Christians sit and watch for 200 plus years, 400 plus years, Black people be robbed of even their right to breathe on their own terms? How could good Christians do that? How could good Christians do that? The same way y'all can do it right now, watching what's happening unfold in the world complicitly. That's how it could happen. That's how y'all good Christians right now, y'all colored Christians, y'all Native American Christians, y'all Mexican Christians, y'all can say in these churches, we can't buck the Bible. The Bible is the word of God. It's holy writ. We can't buck the Bible. So no, we can't do nothing about what's happening over there. Shit, it's sad what's happening over there, but that ain't no shit we can do nothing about if we want to ensure that we go to heaven, that we avoid the tribulation. But y'all same people will talk about how it was Christians who came to America and colonized lands and brutalized people and murdered babies and stole countries. Mexico. It was Christians that did that. It was Christians that did that. And their Christianity then taught them exactly the same thing then, what your Christianity is teaching you today that you are complicit with. Their Christianity taught them that everything that they were doing and involved in was holy writ, promised through prophecy, through the Bible that you read today. Ain't that what the Bible taught our black asses in the South? That slavery, even though it wasn't explicitly mentioned, yes, it was explicitly mentioned in the Old Testament, that supposedly because black-skinned people enslaved some Hebrews and made them build some pyramids in Egypt, that some more black-ass people were going to have to be enslaved in the future. This is what they used to justify the institution of slavery. This is what they used to justify the genocidal assault that is unending in the United States against the indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere. That genocide never ended. It's still alive and well, thriving. So you talk that shit about about slavery and reparations. You feel me? How we never got our 40 acres and a mule or whatever, but in real time, in a very real present, because of this fucking astronomical compilation of allegories and mythological stories about a particular group of people's transition through astronomical ages that was co-opted from a bunch of black ass witches, used and manipulated, transformed into an operational manual for the establishment of and the maintenance of empire. That's what it is. That's what it did. That is what it was constructed to do and continues to do today. Is to terrorize otherwise good people into silent complicity with the wrongs of the world. Who the fuck needs a 7-year the threat and the horror story of a 7-year tribulation when what we live in right now today is tribulatory? What we were living through in the 1990s was tribulatory. I'm old enough to remember our entry into the Gulf War and the impact that it had on human people. How damn near everybody in the United States went fucking insane. How all of a sudden cults just started popping up out the ground like goddamn daisies because people were losing their minds about this war and their minds being evidence of the last days. I was live. How is the 7-year tribulation any more terrifying than what we lived through in the Reagan era? How is the promise of a 7-year tribulation any more terrifying than surviving the goddamn Great Depression or the Second World War that to this day has killed no, actually I think it's the Revolutionary War that still killed in the United States more people than any other war. That at the time of the Revolutionary War, which I was celebrating a couple days ago, that established this malicious ass bitch that corralled all these black body people to fight and defend the Constitution, the ideas in the war, the Revolutionary War. All these people corralled by the British to fight in the war with the promise that white people had, freedom, sovereignty. Black people were still enslaved another 150 years after the Revolutionary War. After all these men went and fought and died in the Revolutionary War, black people were still enslaved for another 150 years after that. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you talking about the tribulation. I say bring it the fuck on. because it can't be no worse than what we're experiencing in real time. And if I know what I know about the Roman Catholic Church, about the hidden Roman Empire, about the incestuous relationships between the hidden Roman Empire, the empire of Islam, and the empire of Judaism working together as an unholy incestuous trinity that are responsible for giving birth to the fucking Godhead that rules the earth right now, then I say that the revelation is more accurately their greatest fear fulfilled. Their greatest fear fulfilled is the reckoning. Their greatest fear fulfilled is redemption. It's the reckoning. It's redemption. It's retribution. This is what the revelation is. What's revelation? What does revelation mean? To be revealed. To reveal what is hidden. What does apocalypse mean? Unveiling the unseen. Revealing the hidden. That's what apocalypse means. What does rapture mean? Rapture means ecstasy. Ecstasy. That's what rapture means. That's what rapture means. All of these words used to describe the greatest horror story ever told in human history. To be revealed, to unveil the unseen, to reveal what's hidden. The rapture, where the church is called up into heaven by a mighty trumpet. The rapture, ecstasy. These are the words used to describe this horror story. To me, that's the revelation. The revelation is they saw the writing on the wall, even if we don't. We hadn't. Because that's what I'm trying to put y'all on. That's what I started this whole YouTube channel about, was trying to put y'all on game. That the revelation of the Holy Bible, we should be welcoming. We should be enthusiastically reveling. We should be enthusiastically celebrating right now. This judgment day. Thank you, Nikki. This judgment day to come. Miss Carey said women controlling their bodies. The terror. Yes. The horror. Yes. Yes, baby. And I'm gonna tell you, I told you before, I'm gonna continue to tell you. You can tell who you want. You can criminalize me if you want to. But in ceremony with my mother, she said loud and clear two things I will never forget. She said, if you want to change the world radically and rapidly, this shit you've been doing, that's cute and everything, it was purposeful for the moment. You know, the political work, the feeding the people, the feeding your ancestors, and all that stuff was. She said, but if you really serious about what it is you Guilty ass fucks. Cannot be. What the hell? The StreamYard is acting up a lot. A lot. It's never been this bad. So anyway, yeah. She said to me, if you want to set this shit off, you want to change the world radically and rapidly, two things. You're gonna have to rescue these witches out these goddamn churches. And two, the second thing she said, you're gonna have to welcome me, and people are not going to be comfortable. She said, but what you have been told about, quote, the end is wrong. She said, I am the Antichrist. That's what she said. My mother in ceremony said, I am the Antichrist. And I was shook. I'll be honest. I was like, what does that mean? And she showed me what it meant. The same thing that I've been trying to teach y'all now for 4 years. That on general principle, when I became, quote, revolutionary conscious and realized that everything that I'd ever learned was a lie about being black in America, about white people, everything that I ever learned was a lie. I was like, until I learn what I need to learn, my general position is that whatever the white world say, I'm taking the opposite position. Till I learn what I need to learn, that's probably the safest thing I can do. Is whatever the white world say, whatever the government say, I'm taking the opposite position. If they say this guy's a bad guy, I'm trying to find out what he did right that got the white people mad. You feel me? As I evolve, you understand? I'm learning the same thing about spirituality. Exactly the same thing about spirituality. In all its personifications too, by the way. Not just Orthodox Christianity, not just Orthodox religion. Even in these so-called super spiritual spaces, I am learning to take the opposing position, and I'm probably going to be better off for it. And in my opposition, in my rebellion against all that is, yes, my rebellion against all that is, recognizing that rebellion to all that is what's going to shape and construct something radically new. In my rebellion to all that is, I had to see that what she said about being the Antichrist. What did I tell y'all? The birth of Jesus was not literal. The birth of Jesus, the supposed birth of Jesus, was an astronomical event. Jesus, as a mythology, represents the sun's official transition at the spring equinox from the Aryan age to the Piscean age. Jesus represents that space between the Aryan age and the Piscean age. Just like Moses represented in real time the transitional space in between the end of the age of Taurus and the transition into the age of Aries. The birth of Jesus was an astronomical event talked about in allegory. And she said, so you've been saying it. This is what she said in ceremony. You've been saying all the time that Jesus is an astronomical event, that Jesus is not a literal story about a literal person who walked on the planet. It is the personification of the SUN in his transition from the age of Aries into the age of Pisces. And if you've been teaching this all this time, why would you be shook if I tell you I'm the Antichrist? The Antichrist is an astronomical event. It is an occurrence that represents energetically the opposition, the extreme opposition in the new age from the last age. And the reason that I say it represents the extreme opposition is because in the what do they call it? The precession of the equinoxes, right? The precession of the equinoxes, which is how we get our ages, the move through the constellation every 2,500 years or so from one sign to the other, but going backwards instead of the way that we understand the constellations to go. You see what I'm saying? And in the precession of the equinoxes, which determines the length of the great year being 25,000 years, a great year through the move, through the Earth's move, through the precession of the equinoxes. This period in human history that we're in right now and officially entered in 2008. And that official transition will be complete on November 19th. This represents not only the end and the simultaneous end and beginning to another age, right? But at the same time, it also represents the simultaneous end and beginning of our galactic age, 25,000 years. At the same time, the extreme opposite represented by Christ. Christ is the SUN in the Piscean age. And the Antichrist, which will represent the beginning of the Aquarian age, will represent the beginning of the Aquarian age, the SUN's transition into the Aquarian age, because Pisces and Aquarius in the precession of the equinoxes, the sign of Pisces is the last age, the last 2,500 year age. And the Aquarius, because the signs go backwards, represents the beginning of the new cycle of 25,000 years. So when she says, I am the Antichrist, she is literally saying, I am the Son's personification, allegorical personification of the SUN in his transition, now her transition, into the Aquarian age and the new full 25,000 years. That's what she was meaning. The Antichrist is not a person. It is a personification that is antithetical to the last age. If the last age was the age of Christ, not only Christ as the personification of the Godhead, of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, then what is antithetical to that? What is the opposite of this hyper masculine energy, this extreme opposite of this extra masculine energy within the context of these extraordinary simultaneous astronomical movements that we are able to witness? The beginning of a new 2,500 year period, age, and simultaneously the very beginning of a 25,000 year cycle. We're at the beginning of that 25,000 year cycle, meaning that nobody on earth has witnessed what we are living in for the last 25,000 years. That's why she said, I am the Antichrist, baby. I am the opportunity for all to be turned right side up, because the entire cosmos guarantees it astronomically based on probability. You feel me? She said, do not fear the Antichrist, girl. If I am the Antichrist, we are the Antichrist. We are the great primordial dragon that comes up out of the sea. We are the Leviathan. We are the serpent. We are Satan. We are the devil. We are all of these things that these Father God worshiping patriarchs have been trying to terrorize human beings with, these images, these allegories, these myths. They have been talking about black women the whole time. They've been talking about black women the whole time. They have been talking about black women the whole time. The black, the dark, the deep, the blood moon, the dark moon, wicked bitches dancing, and all of this shit. They have been talking about who gave them the word in the first place. Who gave them the word in the first place? The black ass Sibyls gave them the word in the first place. Gave them divinity in the first place. And ever since, they have been running scared. Huh? They've been talking about black ass women. When they've been talking about she-devils and evil seductresses. Have you ever noticed that every single time you watch a movie about witches, it's primarily white women, but the symbology is still us. I just watched this movie. I love this movie so much, called Beautiful Creatures. I watch it 1,000 times. I watched it yesterday, and the girl who, because in this movie, you cannot choose your destiny. You have to participate in this ritual called the claiming, where your destiny chooses you if you are female. Males can choose their destiny. Females have to be claimed in order to understand their destiny. Is their destiny to be light witches, or is their destiny to be dark witches? And this one girl who becomes a dark witch, she was a good kid, good girl. On her 17th birthday, she is claimed. The claiming takes a hold of her. And the witch that she becomes in the claiming is, quote, a dark witch dressed in the gold of Oshun. And the evidence of her immediate darkness, the immediate evidence of her darkness, of her transition from good to evil, from light to dark, is that she uses sexual seduction to kill a young man. She uses sexual seduction. These she-devils with their sexual wiles, calling on men to do acts against their nature and against their character. The dark she-devil, the seductress. Seduction becomes a telltale sign of one's wickedness, of one's inherent wickedness, and that rape becomes the fitting and right punishment for the potential seductive nature of any female. It is a way to subdue the sexual, witchy seductiveness inherent in all women. There's a word I'm giving y'all today. There's a word I'm giving y'all today. Why is it important to mention that? Because I just talked to y'all day before yesterday about how, according to E5, when I was talking to the EIME, that one of the many instruments that the EIME were gifted by God to use in the world, gifted by God to use in the world, was, what did they say? Vagina power. The concealed power of manifestation to call men to do their will, the concealed holy power of the clitoris. I just told y'all that. And how in Pure Lust, Mary Daly is the one that talks about how rape becomes an instrument of patriarchy, still set in this old patriarchal idea that sex is filthy, that sex is dirty, that sex is not for the enjoyment, particularly of women, that it is for the sole purpose of depositing holy semen into just a vessel where it can, germinate and spring forward a miniature representation of the great God in heaven. And so rape becomes a patriarchal instrument of oppression and suppression of this ancient power that was always acknowledged, that resides in the holy pit, in the vagina, in the concealed the concealed power of the clitoris. That's why rapists and people who commit sexual aggression against children, that's why the punishment never fits the crime. But while they out in a year, they out in 2 years on good behavior, is because this is a necessary weapon that has to exist in the society to maintain patriarchy. It is the weapon that men use, not consciously. They just are diabolical bastards. They don't consciously think, okay, I'm using my penis as a weapon to suppress the hidden holy power of manifestation in women's sexuality. They ain't doing that. Patriarchy teaches them that they're just entitled to everybody that they lay eyes on. Everybody, every actual body, male, female, doesn't matter. Everybody that they lay eyes on, they are entitled to because of their proximity to the male god, right? And so that's what they move on. But they're not conscious agents of the state, but their actions serve the state. Women living in a culture, in a rape culture, in a culture defined by particularly aggressions against women and children, are much more much more careful, much more it's not safe to be sexually free and liberated in a society that is defined by sexual aggression against women and children. And so men participate, because in their mind and through their teaching and conditioning, they're entitled to every single body they lay eyes on, because they are males. They are entitled to. And if you reject that entitlement, then I will just, I will just take what I'm entitled to. You feel me? And so, yeah. Let me read some of these comments, man. Y'all been going ham. Let's see. Let me go back to here, because I know some of y'all was freaking out over this whole antichrist statement. The conditioning is deep, because I hadn't been a Christian in 20 years when I got this vision, and I was still triggered. What you mean you're the antichrist? I don't understand. Yay. Okay, that was the last comment I read. Okay, so let's see. Mother Phoenix Vision says, and hate all the national parks, rivers, mountains. Yes, let you enter for a fee. Ooh, it is my soapbox. Oh my God, it is my soapbox. It's rampant out here. There's no access to public nature that you ain't got to pay for. Those missing chromosomes cause a spiritual imbalance of some part. Exactly. Once our bodies, it's no longer used as a vehicle of destruction against mothers, children, and grandchildren. The sound. Let's see. Do not get a birth certificate for your child. Why YouTube want to act up? Yeah, it's cutting the whole ass today. The X chromosome mark of completion, even in numerology, that missing X is what's keeping them from evolving. Yep. These males are taking women to court just to not pay child support, to control the women and the child. Yep. I read the book of Revelation to my daughter while she was in my womb. Ooh. Sorry about the glitches. Yeah, this shit is bullshit today. The connection. Yep. When it's starting to get good, I was hanging on every word. Let's see. It really does. That's how I know the message is potent. That fire. Oh my God. Mary, Mother Phoenix Vision says she was clutching her pearls. The divine. Now, what's really gonna fuck y'all up is I need to get t-shirts made. I have a lot of like one-liners that I want to put on t-shirts, but that's one of them. We need to get 1,000, 1,000,000 of the blackest black women we ever saw on earth. I ain't the blackest black person, but I'm gonna be sporting mine. We not just black women, but definitely black women. Every woman. We need to have every woman up in this bitch perpetually wearing clothes that say I am the Antichrist. Ooh, or better yet, I am the Antichrist, and then below, Aquarian age rising or something like that. Or welcome the Aquarian age or something to that effect. You feel me? That's what we need to do. Somebody work on that. Give the temple props, but that's the shirt. I am the Antichrist. Welcome the Aquarian age or something to that effect. Okay. Anyway, that's real. They want us to fear the Antichrist who brings the people together. That's real. Sure enough. Blah, 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 blah. I came to that conclusion about the Black community. Blah, 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 blah. I calmly stated a differing opinion on B-Dale IG. B-Dale, I don't know who that is. B-Dale IG, and he cussed my ass out. Unhinged. Yes, that's why the Christian symbol is the fish, like the Pisces. Makes sense. That part. It's time on cosmic clock. Long ago, the twins stiffed me when I purchased t-shirts from them. I don't know what that means. Christianity took over during the age of Pisces, even to the point where people became delusional in their beliefs. Right in with Piscean energy. Yeah. The sea monster. Yup. And you can see all the symbolism. It wasn't until I started studying astrology. Like I said, I'd been in E5 for a long time. It wasn't until I started studying astrology from an E5 perspective in particular that I started seeing messages that are low key. They're not even prophecies. They're hidden messages by people who have access to the information that we haven't had. So do you guys remember a movie? There's a cartoon that came out called Sinbad. It was a cartoon about the voyages of Sinbad. Anybody see that cartoon? The movie Sinbad. The movie Sinbad, the cartoon, it came out maybe 10, 12 years ago. 10 or 12 years ago. I love it. It's cute. But when I went back and rewatched it recently, baby, I'm gonna do it. That's gonna be my next movie review. I promise. That movie is gonna be my next movie review. Because I went back and watched it maybe a month after I did this deep dive on the red and blue. And it's all up in there. In that movie Sinbad. It's so up in there. You feel me? But the interesting thing about the movie is that Sinbad is not a good dude. Sinbad is a thief, robbing the seven seas. He's a pirate. You feel me? He ain't a good dude. You feel me? He's a misogynist. You feel me? He's a piece of shit. Sinbad is. And it's like the whole stereotypical cocktail called the hero's journey. The bad guy, sees the error of his ways and eventually becomes good, right? That's Sinbad's story, right? But the quote true antagonist in the movie is the goddess Eris. I didn't know anything about Eris before I watched this movie. I didn't know anything about Eris because I wasn't up on astrology. I didn't know anything about Eris, right? And so I watched this movie after the deep dive into the red and blue. You feel me? First of all, the red and blue is all throughout it. But secondly, about how they tell on themselves because they know we're not watching, they know we're not looking. So Eris as a planet is and has been for some time a heavy influence and participant in this transition from the Piscean age to the Aquarian age. Eris is an outer planet. Eris, Makemake, and Haumea are the three outer planets past Pluto. All three of these planets are contributing, supporting, if you will, Pluto's transition into the Aquarian age, because Pluto is the star right now. In every scenario, no matter what astronomical event is occurring that's so awesome and so amazing, Pluto is the queen right now. All things, all occurrences, all astronomical occurrences and earthly occurrences center around Pluto. Oh yeah. And so these outer planets recently discovered, Makemake, Haumea, and Eris, are like her supporting cast. It's like these outer planets are her goon squad. These outer planets are Pluto's goon squad. You feel me? They're like, because you read their story, even the asteroid Sedna, who's heavy in a lot of the astrological, her energy is heavy in a lot of the astrological occurrences right now. So now let me tell you, this movie, Sinbad, was made 12 years ago, I think, something like that. And I just loved it. I thought, oh, it's a cute little awesome movie. You feel me? That's all. It's a cute little awesome movie. Another one that came out around the same time that I love, I thought was just a cute little story, retelling the story of Hercules, Disney's reproduction or rendition of Hercules. Oh, so funny, so cute. So cute. You feel me? I go back to re-watch these stories now, knowing about astrology, now knowing about the duality, the hidden duality of red and blue. And in both these movies they weren't predictions. I hate saying predictions because they're predictions for the ignorant. We see them as predictions when we don't know. These are astronomical probabilities. These are astronomical certainties and astrological probabilities based on those scientific, mathematical, astronomical placements. Based on these placements, these are the astrological probabilities. You understand what I'm saying? The science is the astronomy and the mathematics. The science and the mathematics is the astronomy, and the astrology are the anthropomorphized stories based in historical observation of echoes and repeats of situations that happened at the time of these mathematical and scientific placements, astronomical placements. So it's not a prediction. I can go back and watch Sinbad and Hercules and say, oh my God, they were predicting the period that we're in right now. They weren't predicting, they were calculating. They were calculating in storytelling based on mathematical and scientific calculations, astronomical placements, and probabilities and possibilities based on those placements. What I mean specifically is when you watch Sinbad and you are introduced to the goddess Eris. I didn't know anything about Eris. I didn't know anything about her mythology. So I had to go back recently and read about her mythology because I'd heard an astrologer talking about the role that Eris is playing in this whole unfolding and entry into the age of Aquarius. Eris was the god Aries, first planet. I mean, the first house. Aries, the god of war. Eris was his sister. Eris is the sister of Aries. Okay. And Aries is always presented like his sign, like a stubborn, that's the ram horns, a stubborn, resistant, bloodthirsty god of war whose weapon of choice is iron. is represented by the color red, and is quick to burn shit down without thinking, and is an egomaniac. That's Aries, okay? His sister, Eris, is strong and calculating. And she, as his sister, is her name is spelled E-R-E-S. E-R-E-S, Eris. She is known as the goddess of discord. She is known as the goddess of discord. He is the god of war. She is the goddess of discord. Okay. And so she always got a bad rap, right? And so Eris, based on the mythology, is she is calculating. She is smart. But and though her name is the goddess of discord, it is said that the way Eris sows discord is through exposing the weaknesses in human nature. The way she sows discord, chaos, is through exposing the weaknesses of human nature. That's the way she sows discord. That's the way she creates chaos, right? And so in the mythology, in the story, the big story of Eris is that Zeus up on the mountain was having a party in Olympus. And it was the biggest event of the period, and everybody was invited but Eris. All the gods, even Hades was invited. All the gods were invited. Everybody was invited. And they were like, fuck Eris. She always starting some shit. Every time she come around, some shit pop off. She can't come. And she gets word that she has not been invited. Sounds like another story, by the way. What story does that sound like? In the beginning, Sleeping Beauty. Oh, it is Sleeping Beauty. Holy shit. How did I not see this before? Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all. Sleeping Beauty. I found out what it's fashioned after. It's fashioned after the story about Eris. Roll with me. It just occurred to me now. Eris sows discord through exposing the weaknesses of human nature. That's how she starts chaos, sows discord, right? In Sleeping Beauty, now that we have, an origin story, right? We know why the witch Maleficent, what do they say? Even in the original Sleeping Beauty, Disney Sleeping Beauty, right? Was the reason she was mad because there was no story before, right? It didn't say that, Maleficent had been tormenting the people of the kingdom her whole life or nothing like that. Nothing like that. There was no story where she wasn't invited because, she was doing dirt or no shit like that. So the king is announcing to the kingdom they're getting ready to have a baby. You feel me? I'm talking about in the cartoon. They're getting ready to have a baby, and everybody in the kingdom is invited except that crazy bitch that live over there by herself, in that castle, all weird. Like, why she can't be normal like normal motherfuckers? We don't want that kind of energy at our party. And so they was like, bitch can't come. And she gets word from her crow, like, bitch, did you know they having a party over there and they didn't even invite you? All the people in the kingdom over there, and you ain't got invited to the party? And she said, say, what? I ain't get invited. She said, all right, bet, let's go. And she come to the party, and she like, damn, what a lovely event. But I'm sure it was just an error on your part that I didn't get an invitation. And the king was like, we didn't invite you. And she was like, word? I'm trying to give y'all the benefit of the doubt. You feel me? Oh, but since y'all want to be like that, y'all want to be stank, not invite me to the party, and then gonna have an attitude about it, I got a gift too. You feel me? Now, we get the backstory in the movie Maleficent that has an origin story, where this powerful fairy over there in her beautiful kingdom called the Moors. Is that an accident? that the kingdom of the magical fairies is called the Moors, the magical trees and the magical fairies and everything magical. The crystals is magical. The rocks is magical. The trees is magical. You understand? And she is the governess of the Moors, the Moors. You understand? And she would mind her own business, ruling her own kingdom as a sovereign. You understand? And this little rotten ass male, seeing an opportunity to acquire unlimited power, and all he has to do is murder some woman. That's what is in his mind. All he got to do is betray some woman, and I can have the whole world. And he goes and cuts off the source of her independence, the representation of her independence, her wings, right? Her connection to heaven, her wings, right? And go off to be king. And she gets word that the king is having a baby, and she was like, well, let me go on over there and pay my respects. Feel me? We get the origin story. And the origin story is that she knows the inherent weakness of men, Maleficent. She knows the inherent weakness of men, and all she does is exposes this inherent weakness of men. Here we go. And then there's another allusion to Snow White, too, in this relationship. So let me tell you the story about Eris, and you're going to see how these two stories, Sleeping Beauty and Snow White, are related to this Greek mythological story about Eris. So in the story that Eris is most famous for, that is supposed to be the example of her tendency to create chaos and discord wherever she go. She ain't get invited to the party. She had an attitude. She is like, motherfucker, even Hades get invited to the party and I don't get invited to the party. Bet I got something for y'all ass. So we all grew up watching, most of us who are older, grew up watching the stories about like Sinbad and about Jason and the Argonauts and all of that stuff, Clash of the Titans, all of that shit, right? Jason and the Argonauts, that story is based in this origin story around Eris. Eris is mad. She got an attitude. She didn't burn shit down. She didn't raise shit to the ground. She didn't wild out of control. She didn't scream. Now her brother Ares, if he had been offended, that probably would have been his angle. Like, fuck everything. I'm running through everybody. Ah! That would have been his modus operandi. That ain't what she do. That ain't what she bout. She's cunning. She's smarter than anyone else. She's calculating and strategic. And she is not even violent. Eris is not violent. Not even in the movie Sinbad. Eris is not violent. Her ability to sow discord and create chaos is by strategically exposing the weakness of men. And so, in this story, she mad because she didn't get invited to the party. And so she said, if I can't enjoy the party, bitch, nobody can enjoy the party. And so she took a golden apple, the golden apple that would eventually show up in this story about Jason and the Argonauts. She takes a golden apple and she writes on the apple, to the most beautiful one of all. That's all she wrote. To the most beautiful one of all. And then tossed the apple over the wall at Olympus so that it would roll into the party. And Hera was the first person to pick up the apple. And she was like, oh my gosh, this apple is for me. Where did it come from? What a lovely gift. And Aphrodite saw the apple and read that it said to the most beautiful one. She was like, obviously the apple was for me. I'm Aphrodite. And Athena was like, y'all both are crazy. The apple is obviously for me. And so, knowing the weaknesses inherent in human beings, all the bitches, all the bitch goddesses started scrapping over the apple, started fighting over the apple. Who is the fairest one of all? Who is the most beautiful one in this party? No, it's me, bitch. You know what we get? They start scrapping or whatever. They start fighting over the apple. Then Jason, is it Jason? I don't think it's Jason. It's somebody else. Oh, no. Eris's story is what gives rise to the fall of Troy. It's this story of her throwing the apple over the wall that are the precursor events to the eventual fall of Troy. It's a long story woven out, but the guy, they finally call on a dude, you feel me, to make the decision for them. They say, you choose, human, who is the most beautiful of us all, right? And he was scared to make a decision. He was like, I don't want no smoke. That ain't no decision I can make. And what they start doing is scheming behind each other's back to make him promises. Choose me and I'll give you this. Choose me and I'll give you that. Choose me and I'll give you this. What had happened was I don't remember which goddess it was, but one of them said, if you choose me, I will make sure that the love of your life is the most beautiful woman to have ever lived. This dude that they challenged to solve this quarrel between them is the Prince of Troy, who went to Agamemnon's castle to barter a peace treaty and ended up sleeping with his wife Helen and kidnapping Helen to take her back to Troy as his queen. He instantly fell in love with Helen, the most beautiful woman on earth. And he said, oh, she's supposed to be my wife, even though she married and we supposed to be garnering in a treaty of peace. The goddess said that if I made a decision, I was going to marry the most beautiful woman that ever existed. This is Eris sowing the seeds of discord based on the inherent weaknesses of men. He gonna betray the man's kindness, steal the man's wife, convince the man's wife that the goddess had promised her to him. You feel me? And this became the seed event that destroyed Troy, who had never been beaten in battle. Sure enough, that's the story. You feel me? And yes, I love that story. And so in the cartoon, Eris is the bad guy. Eris is not only the bad guy. When she first makes her introduction to Sinbad, who's a piece of shit, right? The first scene of the movie, Sinbad is on his ship getting ready to go steal the Book of Life from another ship that's transporting the book. They're gonna rob the boat of the Book of Life before the Book of Life can go to its next kingdom, because they share it. They share the Book of Life. It'll stay over here for a little bit. It'll stay over here for a little bit. And that's how they maintain peace in the kingdoms. You feel me? And so in transport from one kingdom to the next, we're gonna rob the boat of the Book of Life, and they're gonna have to pay us so handsomely to get it back that we can retire. This can be our last excursion. We can retire on an island somewhere, drinking Mai Tais or some shit, right? So when they go to raid the boat, his childhood friend, who is the prince of the next kingdom, is on the boat. And he ain't seen this dude since they was kids. They was best friends as children. His best friend is dressed in blue and he is dressed in red. He is about to rob his best childhood friend of the Book of Life. He the bad guy in red, Sinbad, representing a diabolical motherfucker who will do whatever it takes to get his desires, his material desires met. There ain't nothing he won't do. And his friend in blue, who represents the nobleman who sees the potential good in all people. And he tries to reason with Sinbad as Sinbad is trying to rob him. But I know you were a good man when you were kids. He was like, man, we was kids. That was a long time ago. I'm a whole different motherfucker now, and I need this book. I'm trying to get paid. You feel me? And so they, the good guy in blue and the bad guy in red, they commence to spar. And he's like, well, look, I ain't trying to fight you. He was like, well, you're going to have to fight me, because otherwise I'm taking this book. And the dude was like, okay, I guess we got to fight. And so all the guys are sparring, sword fighting or whatever, right? And the thing that breaks up the fight between, quote, the good guy, right? The good guy and the bad guy is the serpent, the Leviathan, Cetus. The Leviathan breaks up the fight, crashes into the boat, you feel me? Commits to wreaking havoc. And now he has to switch gears from his good guy motif to like save his sailors. And in the meantime, you know what? I guess I'll save y'all too. We gonna join together. That's what they said. We gonna join forces to defeat the great primordial dragon. I don't like you. You don't like me. We got two different politics, two different worldviews, two different material interests. But the one thing we can agree on as patriarchs is that the one thing that we have to come together around as patriarchs is to subdue and destroy the black primordial dragon. And so all of a sudden, in the midst of combat, they join forces to defeat the great ancient primordial black dragon named Cetus. And in this joined force battle to subdue the mother, the black primordial dragon, sea dragon called Cetus, Sinbad falls off the motherfucking boat. Sinbad falls off the boat. The good guy in blue, the prince who represents integrity and shit, all these great ideas, you feel me? Even as he's a prince over a kingdom, you feel me? Tries to dive in and save him, and his homies was like, he ain't worth it. Prince, you can't. They grab him before he can jump and take off, right? Meanwhile, his crew just waiting, taking bets on whether he's going to survive or not. And when the dragon drags him into the ocean, this is where Eris introduces herself. She forms a big bubble around him and, says, hey, how you doing? And she's gorgeous. She's sexy. She's like, yeah, what's up? And he's like, oh, who are you? And she's like, I'm Eris. I'm the goddess of discord. You might have seen my image on the temple walls, right? I love her. And she said, she makes a bargain with him. She's like, I know you. I've been watching you. I see how you do. You're a man of many talents. I respect that. I appreciate that. So I got a proposition for you. I need you to steal the book of life for me. He was like, well, that's going to be a problem because I'm going to steal the book of life for myself. And she was like, the whole like me get rich thing. Yeah. So sorry about that, but I'm stealing the book of life for myself. And she is like, baby, your vision is too small. She said, steal the book of life for yourself. And you might get rich enough to buy an island, or you might get rich enough to retire on an island. She said, but if you steal the book of life for me, you will be rich enough to buy the island and the world. And he was like, well, damn, now you're speaking my language. You speaking dollars and cents, you feel me? And she said, so this is what I need you to do. I need you to steal the book of life. And when you've gotten the book, I need you to take it to Tartarus, my domain, whatever. He's like, all right, bet. So she makes the bargain with him and sends him back up to the surface, and they change their course and they go to the kingdom to complete the task of stealing the book of life from the kingdom. He thinks this is the bargain, that all you're going to do is steal the book of life for Eris, take it to Tartarus, get paid, retire. But that's not what Eris is about. Eris, and the thing that this movie, who made her into this antagonist, this bad guy, Eris is a goddess of integrity. She sows discord and chaos by exposing the inherent flaws and weaknesses of men. Why? Just because it's entertaining to expose the weaknesses of men? No. So y'all can do right and act better. You got to expose your weaknesses before you can correct them. That's what she do, right? And so she said, this dude, I'm just going to, all she did was sit back and watch. I'm going to watch this dude do what he do. Lie, cheat, and steal. and see how it plays out. That's all. I'm going to just see how it plays out. Throw a few curveballs here and there, make the journey a little tumultuous, but I'm gonna just watch how he move. I'm gonna watch how he move. And so they go to steal the book of life. And before they can even steal the book of life, she poses as him, steals the book of life, and sets him on this journey to become his best self. It is the chaos that she created. Because if he had any integrity in the first place, he wouldn't have even gone to the island to steal the book. It wasn't her stealing the book. It was the fact that he made a decision to go steal the book, exposing his inherent weaknesses, his treacherous nature that set him on that journey. She said, okay, I see him. See, he ain't got no integrity. So let's go ahead and set this shit off and see how it ends. You understand? Y'all got to rewatch that movie. Y'all got to rewatch that movie. But I'm going to do a movie review on that movie and put y'all on game. I'm going to put y'all on game. And then even with but in the movie, that movie, I'm talking about the inherent weaknesses in the story of Eris. Astrologically, Eris is assisting in the birth of the new age, in the entry of the new age that is sowing seeds of discord and chaos for the sole purpose of assisting Pluto, aka Oya, in what is Oya's mission? What is Oya saying? She who removes the mask to reveal her enemies, to reveal who must be judged. That's the nature of Oya. The Me Too movement is Oya. The revelations of Oya. The 1%, Occupy Wall Street shit, that is Oya energy. The exposing of what has been hidden over and over and over and over and over again. You feel me? The Epstein shit, right? All of this is emblematic of this period. These planets working together in this period where they are introducing us to the new age. But all of that shit that's been hidden and kept secret and quiet and deeply hidden has to be exposed, not just for exposure's sake, but to judge and punish and clear out those inherent weaknesses of the last age. And so Eris, her job in this movie is to expose the inherent weaknesses of Sinbad, right? What are his inherent weaknesses? He's a thief, he's a liar, he's a cheat, he's a misogynist, all the weaknesses, you feel me? But in an attempt to make him better, to assist in his evolution, you must be exposed before you can evolve. You must be exposed before you can evolve. Because at the end, through all the tumultuous travel and all the obstacles and the reasoning and him being able to talk about his injured childhood and his trauma and shit, you feel me? And him and his relationships with his crew that becomes deepened. Instead of him just being a boss over his crew, he actually talking to and working with his crew. He evolves in the end, but it takes struggle for him. It takes struggle for him to, at the end, subdue his ego. To subdue his ego at the end of a blade threatening his neck, that he has to be willing to get on his knees and place his chin on the chopping block so that Oya's blade can slay his ego. You understand? And in that moment, what happens when the blade hits his neck? Just like in the story of Oya and Shango. Just as Shango's neck was about to be broken by the rope that he was trying to hang himself with, Oya rescued him and he ascended to God status. He became Orisha when she saw he was willing to go the distance to slay his ego. Same thing happened in this movie. The blade falls down on his neck because now they're like, okay, is he really about that life? Is he really saying that he's changed? Is he really willing to sacrifice his ego to do the right thing? To do the right thing. And when the blade comes down, it shatters into a million pieces, representing that he has officially proven and become his best self by slaying his willingness through hard lessons to slay his own ego. But Eris had to facilitate that because she can see the future. And if your ego is not challenged, if your behavior is unchallenged and unjudged, you will do worse and worse and worse and worse things. You will become more and more and more malignant and evil. It is the discord that she sows, the chaos she creates in partnership with Haumea and Makemake and Oya, Pluto, that ensures that men are given the final opportunity to become their best selves, to slay their egos at the feet of the mother, to ensure that they become their God selves. That's the work. That's the symbology. And you can see the same shit in Hercules. You can see the same shit when Hades, who is Pluto. Hades is Pluto. Pluto is Oya. And Hades is like this sun god shit, this God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit shit. Hercules as Jesus, Zeus as God in heaven, and Hera as the Holy Spirit, as the Trinity. You feel me? Hades is like, fuck that, I'm on a mission. Now y'all up here partying and shit, bitch. I'm trying to change the world. And for me to change the world, I have to rule the world. I have to have the ultimate power. I have to sit on the throne of Olympus. You feel me? I have to seize ownership of this shit. And so what does he do? Hades. What's the first thing that he does before he even concretizes his mission to rule the world, to change the world? He's been in his position all these years, all these eons, governing the underworld. He's like, but it's my time. It's my time. Bitch, it's my time. It's my time. And so what does he do? He consults the fates. Yes, he does. Remember the 3 blind witches that share an eyeball to see the future? He consults the fates, baby. That's what he does. He said, let me know when the fates get here. And y'all tell me what my life look like. Tell me what my future about. Like, can I chart a course for the takeover of the world? For the reestablishment of a new age? Huh? Can I do that? And they was like, yeah. They said, as a matter of fact, the cosmos is on your side. They sang a little song. In so many, years, precisely, the planets will align ever so nicely. This is the time for you to wage your plan. But this is the warning. This is the warning of the age that I'm telling y'all about in this video. This is the warning. They said the planets will align in your favor, that your plan will be flawlessly executed because you will have the counsel of the heavenly bodies on your favor. This is the potential. This is the probabilities that I talked about earlier. But this is a warning that if Jesus, Hercules, if Hercules fights, you will lose. If Hercules fights, you will lose. You got all the juice, baby. What am I always telling y'all about this galactic silver platter that's literally been laid in our lap? So what we gonna do with it? I'm always telling y'all that, ain't I? That this orchestration of the heavens. What is the alignment that they were talking about in this film? Y'all know? Do y'all know what the astrological and astronomical alignment that occurred already? That was supposed to foretell the changing of the guard? Do y'all know? Does anybody know? It happened recently. It happened since pandemic. Yes, he did. Oh, Nikki, what a wonderful observation, child. Okay. Come on in the room. Now I got to research green goo. What's the significance of green slime and green goo in mythology? Yes, he did. That's true. And, oh my God, girl, that's why we got to talk together. That's how we got to be together. Yes, he did. Didn't Hercules fall into green goo too? Not only did he fall into green goo, to rescue his boo who had recently died and fallen into the green goo, he was transformed when he emerged from the goo. He became God. Oh my fucking God. Just like in the Suicide Squad. She sacrifices herself to save him. Remember? She sacrifices herself to save him. She goes into the green goo, her spirit, and he dives in after her. You understand? To save her. And when he goes in to save her, he emerges from the green goo, no longer a demigod, but full God. Just like I told you an hour ago when Joker dived in to the goo to rescue his boo, and when they emerged, how the green goo around them and the blue and red swirls became purple, representing that once the resurrection occurred, once the sacrifice happened and the death happened, the resurrection is the purple, the red and blue coming together, representing the two coming together to create the Godhead. There it is. That is a wonderful observation, Nikki. Thank you so much for that. Girl, come on in the room. She say, green is the heart chakra energy. Come on. See, that's why I love this. I love this. That's why the brains need to come together. That's why the sisters' energy need to come together. This is the iron sharpening iron. You feel me? Yes. The green goo is the chakra through which what? The personification of the Holy Spirit rests at the heart chakra. That's the green goo. Girl, what a fucking wonderful observation. God damn. That's why it happens in green fucking goo. Okay. Awesome. Yes. Eureka moment. Yes. Yes, I mean the animated Hercules. Yes. Yes. You understand? And so but that was the thing. He was told by the fates. Remember, when he came on the scene, they were already there. And what were they doing? They had the strings of destiny in their hands. And one of them was telling the other, the one that was holding one of the strings, she said, hold that mortal's thread of life nice and still, and took the scissors and clamp, clamp. And then you hear somebody scream as their spirit goes into the underworld. Right? So he was consulted by the fates. He consulted with the fates about his destiny. And they said, yes, baby. All of heaven is conspiring in your favor. There still is something to be mindful of. That's what she said. That's what we're confronted with. All of heaven is conspiring in your favor. But just be aware that there are those that will stage opposition to your destiny. Prepare for them. That's why the heavens align. That's why they give you predictions, is so that you can prepare for your opposition. Heaven is handing us a galactic silver platter with all the wonderful probabilities available at our fingertips to set this shit the fuck off. But be mindful that Jesus is still out here big and strong. Be mindful this Islam shit still runs the planet. Be mindful this Hebrew Judaistic shit has an impact on the consciousness of many, many people. All of heaven is conspiring in your favor, bitches. But just know you have to prepare for your opposition. You have to be prepared for the opposition that they will inevitably stage. Right? The event that I was telling you about, that they were foreshadowing, not predicting, because these astronomical events are mathematical in their calculations. They occur mathematically. So you can predict astronomical movements because this is the pattern. You know, this time every 246 years, this is where this planet is going to be. That's not something you have to guess about. A prediction is like guessing, educated guessing, but still guessing. You have to guess where the planets are going to be. What you are ascertaining is the multiplicity of probabilities and possibilities placed based on those placements, right? So in the movie, they say in so-and-so days or so-and-so years, whatever, the planets will align to assist you in the fulfillment of your hostile takeover. You understand? But this is the warning. Don't the cards do that too? They give you good news, but they say, look, be mindful of your ego. Be mindful of your tendency to do dumb shit. If you can step into this future in fully present, then you can sidestep those tendencies. You can sidestep behaviors and patterns that are based in your conditioning so that you can make sure you have the optimal result in the end. That's what it is. So she's saying, with these alignments that the movie Hercules clearly demonstrated, like when they talking to him about the future, they said this is what the planet's going to look like. That planetary alignment happened. That planetary alignment happened on December 21st. December 21st of 2020. The first year in pandemic, December 21st of 2020, that galactic alignment of the planets, what did they call it? They called it the great conjunction. Now listen to me, y'all. This event that happened on the winter solstice of 2020, our first year of pandemic, the rounding out of our first year in pandemic, this event was called the Great Conjunction. Do you know how many movies I have seen over the last several years that throw this word around, the Great Conjunction? In the movie that I love so much, what was it? The Witcher movie, the spinoff of the Witcher movie, the Witcher origin movie. They talk about how this thing that brought monsters into the world, this event that brought monsters into the world was called what? That changed the face of everybody in the galaxy, not just on Earth, in the galaxy. Was facilitated by the conjunction of the spheres. They didn't call them planets; they called them spheres. The Great Conjunction, or the Great Conjunction of the spheres, is what facilitated this age where the world of man and fairies and monsters merged. That's in The Witcher. So I'm hearing this shit all the time before I know anything about astrology. The Great Conjunction, the conjunction of the spheres, blah 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 blah, and it always represents this official marker into the new age. And here in a cartoon made by Disney 10 years or so ago, they say the planets will align ever so nicely, and this is your opportunity to stage your contest when heaven is on your side, when heaven guarantees victory. But be mindful, heaven is on your side. That don't mean the opposition ain't working to oppose you. You feel me? And so now then I'm learning about astrology or whatever, and I start hearing about the Great Conjunction, the Great Conjunction, the Great Conjunction. The Great Conjunction was 8 of the 9 planets that went conjunct on December 21st, the winter solstice of 2020. And it was supposedly the first time that conjunction had happened since the proposed birth of Christ. That's the reason we celebrate Christmas, right? Christmas as Christmas. But supposedly, now what Christians tell you is Jesus was born on December 25th. But what the actual story is that the winter solstice dies or seems to die on the crucifix or the cross astrological constellation, on the constellation, the crux, which is the cross. The sun seems to die, be still on the crux for 3 days, and then goes in the opposite direction, foretelling the coming of spring. It's this transition of the sun where the sun appears to die on the winter solstice for 3 days, which is why we have Christmas. He dies on the solstice and is dead for 3 days and is resurrected on the 25th. Okay. And so this great conjunction that happened on the winter solstice of 2020 was said to be the first of its kind since the winter solstice that represented supposedly the day Jesus was born. We celebrate his birthday on Christmas, not his death day. We celebrate his resurrection on the first day of spring, which is the first Sunday or the first full moon after the spring equinox. You feel me? That conjunction just happened on December 21st of 2020. That galactic great conjunction of the spheres that in every movie is talked about is an indication of our official entry into the new age. That's going to change everything. In every movie, it's going to change the face of everything. In Hercules, it's going to change the face of power. That's what Hades was fighting for, to change the face of power. As Oya, to change the face of power. In this movie, The Witcher, the beginning, the origins of The Witcher, what happened at the Great Conjunction? Different worlds merged together into one. The worlds of man, monsters, and fairies became one. Changing the face of the world as we know it permanently. Ciao. Anyway, I gotta go. I've been on here a long time. I love y'all for it. Probably this shit ain't even gonna save because I don't even think I have enough space in my damn StreamYard. But anyway, this was fun. I love y'all all. This was awesome. If you need a reading, if you want or need a reading with me, email me at releaseheartcenter@gmail.com. Releaseheartcenter@gmail.com. If you need a whole wellness consult, email me at releaseheartcenter@gmail.com. If you want to just ask me questions or you can email me for any reason. But if you're emailing me for those two reasons, email me and make sure you put what your reason is in the header. Make sure you do that because several people's stuff still, people who I don't know, I guess, whatever, it goes to spam. So I have to check my spam every day to make sure that I'm not missing people's emails. So make sure, and the only way I know it's not spam is for you to put what you're emailing me about in the subject header. Okay. So email me, donate to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. You can see the methods that you were able to donate across the bottom of the screen: Venmo, PayPal, Cashapp, and Zelle. You can also donate through the YouTube channel. Thanks for the donations that did come through. I think there were 2 or 3 donations that came through today. So thank those people who donated today. Thank you so much. You can do that through Super Chat or whatever. And that's all I got for y'all today. This was fun. It was way longer than I anticipated. So now I got to get out here and be productive. Yeah, awesome. So thank you all. And I'll see you on another day, probably Monday evening. And then Wednesday evening is when we start the book club again. So I'll be sending out notifications about the book club /temple study. And also let me put in the comment section, buy my jewelry. You understand what I'm saying? Buy my jewelry. Support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Buy my jewelry. Book a reading. Book a consult. Buy my jewelry. Feel me? Y'all like my jewelry so much. This one I made. Right? These were actually Christmas ornaments that I just turned into earrings. What else I got on that I made? Oh, I made this bracelet. Sisters in the Struggle. So it's all Black female liberators. You understand? Oh, could y'all see that? Female, famous Black female liberators. Sisters in the Struggle bracelet. You know what I'm saying? If you can dream it up, I can make it. So support my jewelry page, which is www.DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. I'm putting that in the comment section right now. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. You can go onto my YouTube channel, my Facebook channel, and scroll through my pictures, my picture folders, my albums, and you'll see at least three or four folders with all the different types of jewelry that I've made over the years. So there is a gamut. I think I have on my Etsy page right now, I think I have 200 listings of different pieces that I make. So check out my jewelry page, www.DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. Any way that you support me, you are supporting the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. That's it. Okay. So appreciate you. Y'all enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be mindful so that you can see the magic in the mundane. You can see the supremacy of the small. Be looking for signs and symbols in those places and in those things. Y'all have a rocking weekend. All right. What's up, big head baby? It's hot in here.